Have you always wanted to start a business but are confused or overwhelmed or simply don't know the steps? Welcome to the Possibility Mom Business Summit, where today I'm going to share with you some essential steps to running, starting, launching, and having fun, most importantly, and trusting God, really, most importantly, in your business. Welcome to day 2 of the Possibility Mom Business Summit. It's Saturday morning. So I want to get us started with a little in your chair dance because we're warming up here. So just grab your coffee and let's just wake up a little bit. Let's wake up a little bit. Just sway yourself back and forth. Let's just get excited for what the Lord has in store for us today. Wherever you're watching this, let me know in the comments what you're drinking this morning. And let's just, we're going to raise the roof a little bit. Here we go. Ready? Raise the roof, raise the roof, raise the roof. I like to also kind of like seesaw. Let's call this a seesaw. Seesaw. And then like seesaw the other way. It's like an oblique stretch. And just, we can push to the side, push to the side, push to the side. Let's do a little rolling disco. And then some shoulders. Get some shoulders going. We are going to have so much fun today on day 2 of the Possibility Mom Business Summit Live. I'm so excited to be here with you. Alrighty. Let us get into our day. I want to just start off by saying hello to some people. Hello, Andrea from Ontario, my home and native land. I want to say good morning and hello and encourage you, if you have not already done so, to go on over to the possibilitymomconference.com and make sure that you have registered officially for your free ticket for this event, because what it unlocks for you are over 60 incredible interviews. So there's too many to honestly call mention to, because there's just so many good ones. I want to show you what it unlocks really quickly before we get into the meat and potatoes of today. When you go to the possibilitymomconference.com, you get content that looks like this. Let's see if I can refresh. Oh, I'm locked out. Okay, well, you get to go here. And you get to go inside. Let me see if, oh no, I won't be able to. Let me see if I can, well, let me take a minute and pull this up. You're going to get access to 60 plus interviews on the topics of building a Catholic economy, identity, and discernment. You're going to get topics like telling your story, how do you persevere in business, and so much more. Let's try that one more time to show you what you get behind the login portal for the Possibility Mom Business Summit. So, topics like how to persevere. You can watch again Father Nathan's video from last night that I shared in its highest quality form. You can watch my mindset coach, Erin Ingold, on how to stop spiraling thoughts. You can talk to or listen to my Catholic fasting coach. I'm working with this incredible woman, Beth Bubick, about why your avoidance of negative emotions might be sabotaging your business. There are talks like Virginia Braun's From Hobby to Business, Why Profitability is Necessary, the importance of accepting help from Estefania Vizo, Erica Campbell from Be a Heart. This woman, I love her. We talk about reliance on God when mental health impacts your business, and your motherhood, and so much more. Let's take a look at what we've got in identity and discernment. Danielle Bean, discerning your unique call for business and motherhood. Kelly Shoup, this is another one that I really want to encourage everybody to take a look at. How to help your kids feel seen even while you are working. This is just a straight up practical interview, especially for you high achieving mamas like me who struggle with guilt and dealing with tantrums and dealing with all that kind of stuff. Just this is a really, really, really practical interview that I want to encourage people to take a peek at. We've got Taryn DeLong talking about when motherhood isn't what you pictured it, how to let go of perfectionism. Rachel Bullman, who wants this one? How to hear God's voice when your family life is really loud. Who wants that one? Oh my gosh, my family life is so loud. Dr. Greg Bottero talking about um, why both spiritual and human formation are necessary for the Catholic mom entrepreneur. But we actually kind of go into quite a bit why the distinctions actually might be very confusing and what other kind of terminology to use. Tammy Hiska, who is known as a bookkeeper, have recently made the move to making her business and her brand explicitly Catholic. How cool is that? It was something that she discerned and decided to go for. And we talk about what that did for her business. Spoiler alert, it has been yielding amazing results. Building Catholic economy. This one with Gabrielle Davis is a very practical talk about 7 essential pillars for successful business operations. And again, very practical. Jackie Sunga, how to develop a strong verbal brand identity and refine your brand voice to attract perfect fit clients. How cool does that sound? We talk about copywriting in hers. This is another one that's really cool. A fellow marketer, Emily Ricci. We talk about the parallel between evangelization and marketing. Look at how much fun we're having here. Honestly, I have so much fun on these things. The power of storytelling. Emanuela Hall. She is a speaking coach. Listen to this title: Speak with Confidence, Learn What to Say and How to Say It When Marketing Your Business Online. If you struggle with public speaking, or if you struggle with being on video, if you think I'm not outgoing, I have to be confident, I have to be this, I have to be that, really want to encourage you to check that one out. This is another really beautiful one. Claire Dwyer, Why Your Story Has the Power to Transform Lives and How to Write It Confidently. She is a coach for Catholic authors. Another one of my coaches, Matthew Ingold, Why Your Uniqueness is Your Greatest Asset. If you have ever felt like you're just not something enough, like again, like with what I was saying with Emanuela's, I'm not outgoing enough, I'm not this enough, I'm too quiet, I'm too demure, whatever it is that you think you're not enough of, I want to encourage you to watch this interview. Again, it's really hard for me to say like what are the which ones do you start with. There's no right or wrong path. I would say just look at the different ways that we've categorized the talks and just start watching, and it's going to be so much fun. I'm also featuring several of my students, several of my members in my group coaching experience, Wealth Without Guilt. And you're going to hear some of their stories a little bit later. Okay, that's that. Now, what if you are busy this weekend and you're listening to me while you're getting ready to run out for your kids' baseball games, or you're going to go have, a last minute summer holiday or what have you? I want to say good morning to my friend Blanca because it is 6 a.m. your time, I'm pretty sure. Thank you for waking up with me this morning. Hello to Beth, who is giving herself a little morning retreat with this content. Amazing. Naden, good morning to you. Thank you so much. And thank you very much for connecting me with your people. Speaking of connecting me with your people, I want to remind people that we have got a really, really fun contest. I am offering an 8-pack coaching package that is 8 one-on-one calls. Anybody can win this. Current students, past students, anyone who has ever coached with me before, anybody who has ever wanted to coach with me and is curious about coaching, anyone who has never coached or doesn't even know what a coach does, whatever it is, anybody can win this. I will help you in your business. I will help you with your mindset. I will help you with your motherhood. I will help you with whatever you want help with. I am giving this away, and all you need to do to enter to win this incredible contest worth $19.97 is share the summit and tag me everywhere. So go down to wherever you're watching this. If you're watching this on Facebook, if you're watching this on YouTube, and just click that little button that says share. And if you are on Instagram, tag me in your stories. That's how I will make sure I see it. You can tag me in a post, just tag me everywhere. I want to get this summit into the hands of as many Catholic moms who are discerning business or feel like they have already discerned that this is where the Lord is calling them. I want moms everywhere to feel the clarity and the confidence that they can move forward if this is what the Lord has called them to do. Big caveat there. If this is what the Lord has called them to do, that they can move forward. And my desire truly is to help straighten the path. What do I mean by that? When I was a young entrepreneur, there's a little Lion King reference for you. When I was a young entrepreneur, I just went out and I grabbed anything and everything I could get my hands on. I spent an enormous amount of money on everyone's courses, on everyone's things, and I just really struggled and flailed around like a lot. Really struggled and really flailed around. And I just desire to straighten the path. I want to just simply leverage the 15 years that I have been in business, mainly getting secular training in business. And I want for the Catholic mom to just give the most essential, straightforward resources to start or launch or grow a business, all that fits within a Catholic anthropology. And the biggest difference, if you watched my live yesterday, where you understand the difference between me and a secular business coach, is I'm going to remind you that true transformation doesn't happen without the power of the Holy Spirit. And to hold on to self reliance and control is actually closing you off from what the Lord wants to do in your very special and unique life. And so, can we just open our hands and receive? Today is going to be a lot about receiving. Today is going to be a lot of training, but also a lot of receptivity. I want to invite you into some receptivity. Thank you, Kathleen. Love that Lion King reference. Part of this receptivity is that we're going to praise the Lord with this girl right here. So I want to encourage you. I know you probably can't have me on all day. However, if you can, have me on all day because we are going to have some incredible things today. Today, I'm going to be offering 6 essential components that are necessary in a thriving business. We're then going to jump into thoughts that hold entrepreneurs back. Following that, I'm going to coach some people live. You're going to watch me coach some fabulous women who have volunteered to be coached in front of everybody. They're very brave, and I'm very grateful. You're going to watch what it's like to get coached. In the middle of the day today, I'm going to I just have the honor of having my spiritual director, Father Damien, all the way in Toronto, Canada. He is going to join me live right around the 11:30 mark. I really want to encourage you to be present for that and to come and ask him questions. He will be live and he is very willing to answer any questions you might have. And then finally, with the beautiful Kathleen Leblanc and her husband, Jesse, they are going to be leading us in praise. We are going to, again, receptivity, assume this posture of receptivity and praise the Lord in song. And then I'm going to close us off by talking about why it is totally possible to build wealth without guilt. Does that sound fun? Does that sound like something you want to do? I really hope so. And listen, like I was saying earlier, if you are unable to listen to me all day, of course, it's a Saturday. It's like, I think for those of you in the North, it is the last weekend, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe the second last weekend before people are off to school again. And so if you cannot listen to me all day, if you're not going to be able to go through the contents of the Possibility Mom Business Summit, I want to invite you to grab the VIP pass because I truly believe it is the best $79 you will spend in your business. I realize that's a bit of a bold claim, but if you only have $79 to spend in your business, I want to encourage you to go grab the VIP pass. And let me share with you what you get when you grab the VIP pass. You are going to get unlimited access to 60 plus interviews and access to me as your coach. Let's dive into that. So you're going to get 60 plus videos, all the recorded talks that you saw in that portal, all of my featured students from Wealth Without Guilt, a roundup of incredible experts to view at your leisure. I have my students in Wealth Without Guilt. They tell me all the time that they listen to these daily. There's people who listen to these daily. They just pop one in because there's 60 of them. You can cycle through them. Pop one in the morning while they're getting ready. They're very motivating talks. Like they really help you feel both equipped with skills and inspired. Again, all grounded in a Catholic anthropology. One of the other things that I'm including inside of this bonus is purpose driven productivity. This is a mini course that I created to help you identify your purpose and then allow your productivity to be fueled by that purpose. You're also going to get a resource called Make Time for Your Business. It's a worksheet. It outlines the essential activities to keep a business growing. Honestly, this is worth the $79 on its own. This is a very succinct, helpful worksheet for you to literally say, okay, if I only have 5 hours in a week, I mean, even if you told me I have 1 hour a week, I can do 1 hour a week, then I would say, here are the activities. This worksheet will help you identify, here are the activities that you should prioritize in that 1 hour. And, here's some things that you can get creative with later on. All right. This is the really cool part that I added very last minute. So you might have missed hearing about it. And so I want to make sure that you know that this is available to you. For $79, you get access to my strategic coaching workshop. This is a workshop that I've done twice and I've done it live. You get the recording of it, but you get me live for 30 days in a Facebook group and for 4 Mondays at 12 p.m. Eastern. Join me at your lunchtime hour, or those of you on the West Coast, join me after you've dropped your kids off at school. I'm live coaching, group coaching for the 4 Mondays following this summit. So you may have gotten an idea from this summit. Oh my gosh, I have the empowerment that I can become a coach or I can launch a business. Let me coach you. I would love to coach you through it. And you can do that for just $79. I want you to hear me loud and clear. This is a very affordable way to get strategic business coaching that is Catholic. Hear me one more time. Hear me one one more time because I'm in a lot of Facebook groups, and people will often say in these Facebook groups, like, why does coaching have to be so expensive? Or why can't people just make things like this that are faith based more available or more accessibly priced? This is your accessibly priced option. This is your accessibly priced option. You can get me a professionally trained Catholic mindset coach and leverage my 15 years of being in business for $79. I honestly invite you to find another deal that is like that. Here we go. You also get the Possibility Mom Manifesto, which is the way that I every day ground myself in my identity as a child of God and remind myself that I am unique, uniquely made, and the way that I'm going to show up in my business is going to be unique. The way that I'm going to show up for my family is going to be unique. And it's a really beautiful worksheet. Here's a little peek at it, what it looks like. And then finally, I want to help you uncover your niche. I'm providing a worksheet that I give to my students in both my business buffet and Wealth Without Guilt, how to determine and outline your niche and your dream customer. And that is what you get when you pay the $79 to join me in the VIP. Oh my goodness. Let's get a bunch of VIPs out in the world. Let's get them in my world. So fun, so fun, so fun, so fun, so fun. Alrighty. Yay. Kathleen, thank you. You're so kind. 10,000, 100,000%, 100,000% worth it. And good morning, Hope. I'm so glad that you can leave comments. All right. Today, I am going to be reviewing the 6 essential components of a successful business. And I am so excited to do that. Here we go. 6 components to a thriving business. Like I said, or you've heard me say, I'm sure, multiple times. If you've been following me closely on Instagram, you hear me say this all the time. My work is always a combination of mindset and skill set, meaning I desire people to learn the skills to run a business, but I also encourage, or it's necessary, I understand, I have come to understand as a trained mindset coach that you also have to have the right thoughts. And the reason why I know this is because I did the steps. I took all the courses. I literally spent $50,000 of my own money to purchase all the online programs and courses that exist. Spoiler alert, I barely made it through the first module of most of them. Spoiler alert, I implemented some of the things, but the biggest thing that held me back was my thoughts about myself. And so you will always get from me when you sign up for training with me, you will always get a combination of the skill set and the mindset necessary to do this well. All right. So, what we're going to do today is I'm actually going to be peeling back the curtain behind one of my courses, the Business Buffet. Business Buffet is a course where I outline these 6 essential components. And I'm very grateful because my mindset coach, who you hear me talk about, Erin Ingold, she and I delivered some content for Catholic coaches. And I kept saying fire hose. I was like, I know this feels like this may have the tendency to feel like a fire hose, everybody. I know it's a lot of content, it's a lot of information, but I really just want to encourage everybody. It's going to be okay, even if you feel like it's drinking from a fire hose. And she presented, or on the training we were doing, she was like, what if instead of a fire hose, it was more like a buffet where you get to decide how much is on your plate and basically like you are the one consuming, you are the one picking, so to speak, and placing it on your plate as opposed to feeling like you're being inundated. like a fire hose. And so she very kindly allowed me to run with this idea. And I want to walk you through the concepts that I teach inside of the business buffet. Here we go. This is a course that you can purchase on your own. It is also included in my group coaching experience, Wealth Without Guilt. Okay, so I'm just pulling up my slides here, and we are going to have fun unpacking this concept of the business buffet. For those of you who are my current students, I invite you to listen to this and have a sort of audit. Feel free to kind of somewhat audit yourself and where could you perhaps improve currently when you hear me talk about the 6 things. Okay, so the business buffet, it's an acronym and it starts with the B, which is the mindset. And um, I've continued this framework or this analogy, and I want to illustrate it with some lovely graphics I created on Canva. So, the B is the mindset. It is your brain and it's your plate. This is the thing that holds everything together and holds it all so that your food doesn't fall all over your plate. Oh my gosh. Your food doesn't fall all over your shirt. Your plate, aka your brain in this analogy, holds everything together. It is the vehicle in which your food is going to move. It's the vehicle in which you're going to actually make progress in your business. Without a healthy mindset, I apologize. You can have all the skills, but if you don't think you can do it, guess what you're going to do? You're going to go eat Doritos in your pantry. The U in the buffet is understanding your customer's problem. And the way that I have chosen to demonstrate this is the meat and the vegetables. It's like the most important part of your meal. Why is it the most important part of your meal? Why is understanding your customer's problem one of the most important parts, I would say, in your actual delivery and the actual nuts and bolts of your business? Because if you don't understand their problem, you can't speak to them in a way that they know you have a solution. I want to remind everybody that business is simply solving people's problems. And so this is truly the meat and the vegetables. It's the most important part of the meal. It is the most important part of getting clarity and I would say like actually getting transactions. I think if you understand your customer's problem and you know how to communicate it clearly, even if you have lacking some of the other things in the business buffet, you can make money. But if you don't understand your customer's problem, you can have the fanciest funnel. But if that funnel isn't clearly communicating the problem it solves for someone, I personally argue that you're not going to be as successful at converting sales. The F in the business buffet is free life changing content. That I'm pictorializing with the carbohydrates, the rice. And the reason why I'm doing this is because one of the things that I see from people in business is there can be a temptation and a tendency to just offer a bunch of free content. But like carbohydrates, if we are just eating rice, I'm a Filipino. Filipinos eat a lot of rice. If you only eat rice, you get gout. You know what I mean? You get diabetes, like you get problems. It's too much carbohydrates, it's too much sugar in your body. We need to pair it with the meat. We need to ensure there's also water. You know what I mean? Like we can't just have free content because that's not a business. Then you're just a publisher, which is great if that's what you want to be. But if you want to make money, if you want to run a business, then I want to encourage you. You need to ensure that the free life changing content is in healthy moderation with the other components that I'm showing you here. All right. The second F is the funnel. And the way I've chosen to display this is the fork and the knife. This is your delivery system. This is how somebody is going to consume the content that you create, and then eventually pay you money for it. The E in the buffet is engagement with a new audience and your email list. It's kind of like two E's, but it would spell buffet if I put the two E's in. So you're getting two E's for the buffet. Engagement with a new audience and your email list. I have chosen to show this like the glass of water. We constantly need to find new people to share our message with. And then, to me, the most reliable way to share that message with them is via email, because email you own. Everybody hear me? Email you own. I can't tell you how many times, myself included, this has happened to me, where Instagram has gone down and I have had a large campaign to run. Instagram, though, went down and I had a large campaign to run. It happens. Tech challenges happen. But when you are relying on someone else's platform and they decide to do customer service or upgrades, or the entire system goes down, and you had only one vehicle in which to deliver your message to your people, you're in a little bit of trouble, which is why the email list is so essential and communicating with that email list is so essential. Check out my interview with Jackie Sunga, where we talk about this, why it's so important to nurture an audience. And then finally, the T is trust for the final sale. And this is like the napkin. This is like the final thing that happens in order for a meal or your transaction or your business to be complete. And so we're going to tackle this and we'll go into a little bit more detail in all of these things. Okay. So, brain, belief, mindset. Yesterday on my live, you heard me talk quite a bit about this concept. Do I trust God with my business? Do I reject ungodly self reliance and rely on grace as the true change agent? Do I work on my belief in myself as a coach or a service provider? Do I work on my belief in myself as an entrepreneur? Feel free, just reflect on these questions right now. Reflect on what happens to you when you get scared. Reflect on what happens to you when you think you're inadequate and not enough, or you're not outgoing enough, or you're not a good enough public speaker, or you're not a qualified coach, whatever it is that's limiting to you. And feel free to put those thoughts in the comments, and we can make this a very safe and very collaborative experience where you can share the mindset thoughts, the hangups that might be holding you back. It's a plate. And the reason why it's a plate is because, again, you can have all the food, but it's going to be a big, fat, hot mess if you try to use your fingers, like think about going to a buffet, just like literally taking handfuls of food and trying to consume them in that way. It's going to fall everywhere. It's going to be super messy. And let's be honest, like little babies, I have a 7-month-old right now. It's adorable and it's messy. He's like adorable. He eats and it gets everywhere. It gets in his hair, it gets in his eyelashes, like everywhere. And when we start businesses, you might be like that too. You might be trying all the things, but eventually we can clean up our thoughts, to continue this analogy. Eventually, we can develop awareness about the thoughts that are holding us back and move forward anyway, like we heard in Father Nathan's interview yesterday. You can move forward anyway. One of my favorite ways to help people in their thoughts, and I want to encourage you to do this right now, is to simply do what's called a thought download. And feel free right now, wherever you are, if you've got your morning coffee, if you are still in bed listening to this in your earbuds and your husband's beside you snoring, if you're hiding from your kids or they're watching cartoons, like just take 2 minutes right now And I want you to write down all your thoughts about yourself and your business, and feel free to put them in the chat and tell me what your thoughts are about yourself and your business. Because very likely there's something in there that is holding you back from the progress that you desire. Hope says here, the first belief is my being the beloved daughter of God. That's a beautiful one. That's a great one. So take some time and feel free to reflect and to get quiet and write down all the thoughts. Don't edit them. Don't, think about them too much before you write them. Just write them all down. And then what I like to guide my clients in, and you're going to see this a little bit later today, is to just take one thought and perhaps take a thought that is a negative thought or a thought that perhaps you feel like is holding you back. And my favorite question to ask, one of my favorite questions, I have so many, I love asking questions, is this thought 100% true? So, for example, if you struggle, like many of the people that I work with struggle with, and myself included, if you struggle with the thought, I am never going to make money in this business, there's no way that someone would pay me for this. A great question to ask. Is this 100% true? Another really great question to ask is this the opposite of this thought? Could this be true? Is it possible that someone would want to pay me money? Yeah, totally possible. Another thought that I love to invite people to sort of interrogate. This is called a thought interrogation. Do I want to follow where this thought leads? And just very quickly, I know many of you have heard me tell this story, but very quickly, I want to share with you. A single thought changed things dramatically for me in my business. In 2020, I had the wonderful, incredible opportunity. The Lord blessed me with $100,000 in my business. But it was hustle, a lot of hustle, and I had a lot of fear. I'd unfortunately experienced a bit of a financial snafu in the beginning of, or the end of 2019, a miscalculation in the closing costs of my home, which then led to a very, very, very big unexpected, well, we had made a calculation error basically. And so it left us in a situation where we just didn't have as much money as we thought we were going to have. And that put into play a lot of dominoes in my brain about not being, you know, worthy, so to speak, to coach other people and all the things. Anyway, so a lot of hustle and a lot of like, this is going to be hard. There's no way I can replicate this. This was sort of just like, I was really lucky. And my beautiful coach, Erin Ingold, she gave me this thought to play with. What if making money is actually fun and easy? And what that yielded was in the first 4 months of the following year, almost the exact amount of money as I had made in 12. And it was one thought: making money is fun and easy. That one thought is what propelled that. So I want to invite you right now to just really sit with your thoughts and constantly use those questions. Is this 100% true? Could the opposite of this be true? Do I want to follow where this leads? And a $500 investment in coaching with my coach at the time led to a single thought being implemented, and that led to triple the income. This is why this is so, so important. Okay, let's go to the understanding your customer's problem. Business is simply the exchange of a solution to a problem your customer has for money. And let's go back to this. Again, the plate is holding everything together. Understanding our customer's problem is the protein and the vegetables for this experience. And I want to make myself bigger so that you can see me when I say to you that this is the most important aspect, because you can have, honestly, like somebody, I could hand you $100,000 and you could go out and build the best funnel. You could hire the best social media consultants. You could, honestly, you could do so many things in all the other areas. But if it's not clear the problem that you solve, so the exchange of a solution to a problem your customer has for money, if it's not clear what the problem is, it might be difficult for your person to understand, oh yeah, this is something I want. So I'm going to exchange it for money. Okay. So that's why this is really, really important. And I've underlined money because that is what makes you a business. It requires that your customer knows their problem and that they are willing to pay. This is very important too, because sometimes people do not know that they have a problem. So it requires that you, as the entrepreneur, that you know their problem and that you provide value in exchange for dollars. How do you figure this out? How do you know their problem? There are a lot of questions that I offer in my niche download, my niching exercise that you get with the VIP, but I want to offer some of those some guidance on this right now. How do you know what problem you are uniquely equipped to solve? Here's what I want to argue, and I teased this yesterday. I want to encourage you to look at your own life. And here are some questions that you can ask yourself that might help you identify your customer's problem and the really specific group of people that you are meant to serve. So, what is something that people are always telling you that you are good at? And feel free to put it in the chat. Feel free, and I will get to your questions for sure as well. Put in the chat, what do you think people are telling you or that you're always good at? And what is something that you find really easy to do that other people find hard? What's something you find easy to do that other people find hard? And what do you believe the Lord has uniquely equipped you to do? I also like to encourage people to look at their spiritual gifts, their natural strengths, and their temperament. Because this combination of these three things and your life story, and if you kind of think of them like a Venn diagram, like if you put your spiritual gifts, your natural strengths, and your temperament, and the story that is your life. So the things that the Lord has allowed to happen in your life, because everyone is an expert at their own life. Hear me loud and clear. Everyone is an expert at their own life. And Heather, this is a great place to pause and address your question. Heather says here vulnerably in the comments, I have not achieved what I desire to coach others to, as an example. Neither have I. We are all a work in progress. We are all a work in progress. And one of the most freeing things that I was taught in my training, becoming a coach, was that you sometimes only have to be 5 minutes ahead of your client. Everyone, by the nature of their lives, has more experience than somebody else. It's just the reality. Heather, there are things that you have where you have more experience, more lived experience than somebody just slightly behind you on the journey. And I want to challenge you that there is an area that the Lord is probably tapping you on the shoulder about. and really wants you, very likely, you need to discern it obviously, to lean into. And it's totally okay that you are only 5 minutes ahead of them. My coach Aaron says this all the time. What kind of coach do you want? Do you want a coach that doesn't work on themselves and is basically like not growing anymore because they're like perfect and they've just perfected everything in their lives? She was like, that's not the kind of coach I want. It's not the kind of coach I want either. I want a coach who knows how difficult it is. Heather, I'm just going to tell this to you straight up. This is very like vulnerable for me to share. I desire my people to trust the Lord immensely with everything in their lives, but the particular little container or bucket that I fall into is business, money, and motherhood. But I have habitual fear about money. I feel so vulnerable to say. I have habitual fear about money. It's why I create so much content about trusting the Lord with money, because it's an area where I can get really, really, the word I use is squirrely. Like, oh my gosh, got to do this, got to do this. If I am not getting coached, if I am not meeting with my spiritual director, if I'm not visiting the Blessed Sacrament, if I am not going to confession regularly, like if I'm not doing those sort of standard things that a Catholic needs to do to stay in direct relationship, in direct correspondence with our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, if I'm not doing those things, I can get really, really afraid. I have not mastered what I want my people to master, but I believe that there is value in it. There have been times, Heather and everyone else listening, that I've literally coached somebody at my 2 p.m. Wealth Without Guilt group coaching call that I got coached on at 9 a.m. that morning. And sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, Lord, like, what are you doing to me? Because I feel so ill equipped to like coach on something that I personally really struggle with. Sometimes you only need to be 5 minutes ahead. And that, even just that 5 minutes, is going to provide immense value for that person. And in my experience and the sort of my observation of both myself and the people that I coach and in their businesses, my observation is that it makes you very relatable. There's like a very kinship that happens. There's just like they know that you know the mess. That's my observation of both my students and their students, the people that they are helping in their businesses. And so just to have no fear, that it's like, yes, of course, we want to be able to say, here's some evidence of that I have some credibility. Again, always hear me on this. I believe in creating excellent work, but I want us like just to really challenge, like I really want to challenge people. Excellent work doesn't have to mean perfect. Excellent work doesn't have to mean this very narrow view of success? And so I really, really want to challenge people on that. Okay, Heather, I'm going to come back to you and your other question. So I like looking at your life, your spiritual gifts, your natural strengths, your temperament, and kind of almost like a Venn diagram, putting them all on top of each other. Where do they overlap? And what is someone's problem that they are looking to solve? How do all those things overlap? This is a really fun question. What did you get in trouble for as a child? I got in trouble for talking a lot. And it is so funny to me and like kind of fun and ironic that I now speak for a living. And so, what did you get in trouble for as a child? I was always getting in trouble for talking. And so, to be able to identify the problem that you solve and your customer knowing they have this problem is going to be really, really helpful. So, here are a couple of examples of great phrases. I help Catholic fathers who are successful leaders at work be successful leaders at home. This identifies a problem that the person reading it knows they have. They want to be a successful leader at home. They might feel like they're failing at home, but they want to be a successful leader at home. And it helps them also. I love this concept of people being able to raise their hand. Oh, that is me, or I want to be that. I help Catholic moms who want to stay home with their children. That's like a something that someone can raise their hand to, make their first $10,000 in their business. They can identify if they have or have not made $10,000 in their business. I help parents who want to raise saints manage tantrums and meltdowns without yelling at their children. Again, this is a very simple problem that a parent can identify, managing tantrums and meltdowns without yelling. And so we want to be able to know that your customer has a problem. Do they want to fix it? And do they find the solution that you offer desirable? Let's move on now to the F, the free life changing content. And that is again the rice. This is the carbohydrates. This is the thing that I want to encourage people to just be careful of, because often this can become the thing that we binge. And this is how you get diabetes. So just be very, very, very careful here that we don't consume or create like too much free content at the demise of the other things in the buffet. We are in such a unique time in history where a mom can make money by talking on her phone. All you need to do is start talking. And so, what I want to encourage, and this is something that you can implement right now. And in fact, I remember in one of the strategic um, uh, coaching sessions that I offered, the same ones that are offered in the VIP package with this summit, I challenged somebody right after the call to just get onto Instagram and tell people that you're a coach and tell people that you're offering 3 complimentary calls because you want to get your business started and get some experience. And that's all she did. And that is what immediately began her journey. She was able to offer her audience that didn't exist yet, like she just started it, and it helped her to grow in her confidence to become a coach. Literally, just think about this audience that you desire to serve, this problem that you know that you have some experience in, even if you're just 5 minutes ahead of your person, and create content out of that. I like to encourage people to think about 4 ways that you can create content around, and that is you can encourage, you can entertain, you can inspire, and you can educate. I want to highlight some examples of these things. So, this is Tessa, Build a Country Home. She's one of my Wealth Without Guilt group coaching members. You don't lose worth points if you have dishes in the sink or laundry on the floor. You don't gain worth points if you wash those dishes or clean and tidy that laundry. Your worth has been given by God. You are irreplaceable. You are unrepeatable. You are fully known and loved by Him. This one falls, I would say, into a couple of the things. This could be encouraging and inspiring and even entertaining. But this is very encouraging, in my opinion. I love this, is very, very encouraging. This is an example of another one of my Wealth Without Guilt group coaching members. Kendra, she's so fun. She creates these hilarious, entertaining reels. Actual footage of me at midnight last night. Anyone else do this regularly on sheet day? So she hadn't washed the sheets and then she went back, you know what I mean? She went to bed and the bed wasn't made. And this is a hilarious reel of her flopping on her bed crying. Here is Brittany from The Deliberate Day, another one of my Wealth Without Guilt group coaching members. Truth, moms can't expect to do all the things all the time and stay sane. This is another one that could fall into a couple of those categories, but encouraging. This is encouraging. And then this is the beautiful Megan Gephardt. She is armed to the heart. She is active military, and she, gosh, just is incredible, creating so much advocacy for mothers in the military, and has done so much work to look at this. A new parenthood, pregnancy, and postpartum Army directive for 2022 is officially published. This is going to bring monumental changes for families across the entire army. This one is like, to me, a bit of an education post. And so those four things: educate, entertain, inspire, encourage can be some great ways for you to frame your free life changing content. If you're sitting there being like, I don't know what to write today, think about how you can entertain, educate, inspire, encourage. And think of building content like building relationship equity. This is something that I've heard one of my coaches, Stacey Bayman, talk about quite a bit. It's like you are putting deposits in a relationship bank account. So if you think of a bank account, like a piggy bank, even, you are putting all of these little deposits, 5 cents at a time. I'm helping you solve a problem. I'm helping you solve a problem. I'm helping you solve a problem. When it comes time to withdraw from that, meaning literal money, like meaning literally, I want to now encourage you to give me some of that money from your piggy bank. The person with the bank, the person with the piggy bank is like, wow, I have a lot of evidence of the value this person provides. A question I get asked a lot is, how like, isn't it too much? Like, can we not, like, is it too much? How do you aren't you giving away too much content if you are um constantly giving away things for free? And here's what I want to share with you about that. Number one, anecdotally, this is never proved in my own business to steer me wrong. So this is just an anecdotal thing. It has just never steered me wrong. And then number two, and this is just very practical, it's not possible for you in a 60-second, or you know what I mean, like a 90-second reel, to offer the kind of experience that you would in a group coaching experience or in a portal where they get access to a course. Does that make sense? It's just not possible. And it's not as convenient. So I want people to really hear this as well. I'm going to make a very bold assertion. Okay, this is a very big, bold claim. I don't know. I could be. I don't know. I'm going to get emails for what I'm about to say, but I want to just. I'm going to say it. I believe that it is possible. Somebody could come on to my podcast and listen to every single podcast I've ever created. Okay. And I'm going to make a big, bold claim here. I believe that somebody could, like, just listen to every single podcast I have ever created. And they could honestly probably start a business and actually be really, really good at it completely for free. But I'm going to be honest with you. It's not really organized in a way that kind of makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Like meaning you'd have to organize all of that content yourself. Like I think I've done maybe I don't know how, I'd have to look. I think I've done at least 52 episodes. Like I'm pretty sure I've done at least a year, probably even more than that. But they're like all over the place. Like meaning there's topics on like your niche, and then there's topics on mindset, and then there's topics on motherhood, and there's topics where I interview other people, and so on and so forth. Like you'd have to organize my podcast to make sense. I'm going to be straight up honest with you again. I offer from time to time, like with this summit, like the VIP pass with this summit and other things that I give away for free or for a very low price. Like you could probably start a business by piecing all of that together completely for free or for a very little amount of money. But I'm going to be honest with you, that also takes time to sort through and organize. So hear me loud and clear. Part of the experience of charging for a service or for a product, and of course, I'm talking about information, you know, in this context in business, I'm talking information. Part of the experience you are giving your people is also an organized experience, one that is convenient for them, one that serves up your content in a way that's going to get them where they desire to go. Does that make sense? And so when people ask me about, like, how on earth can I give away this content? There won't be enough left in my teaching. I want to really challenge that. I really want to challenge you on that. If you have that thinking, that's a little bit of a limitation, and you're not taking into account that it's not like, yes, the content is really important, but it's also the delivery and pedagogy. This word pedagogy, I don't know the actual, I really like words. I like etymology. I like the definitions of words. I don't have the definition for the word pedagogy, but how you teach is a strategic thing. In a podcast, I'm teaching, but I'm not teaching with the intention that I want people listening to, like, fill out a worksheet. Otherwise, I would say it. Do you know what I mean? It's like, here, listen to this content. It's going to be really helpful for you. Sometimes on my podcast, I actually do say, take a piece of paper and write this down. So there are times when it is like a workshop and a worksheet. But my point in sharing this long winded, oh my gosh, let's wrap this up, everybody, is that giving away content and being generous, number one, has never steered me wrong. And number two, thinking you have to save it is like not taking to account the value of an experience and delivering something in an organized manner that's going to help people change. You can't just throw content at people. There is a pedagogy involved. We're going to follow step one, and then you're going to reflect and do some work. And then we're not going to move on until we have kind of, done some work here. Then we're going to go to step two. Do you see what I mean? The pedagogy, the way that your information is taught and digested, is going to be really, really important. So I've kind of talked about thought errors that keep entrepreneurs stuck. I've kind of woven that a little bit into the 6 components. We're not going to have time to talk about all of the 6 components today, but I do want to invite you, if you are interested in learning more about the funnel, about engagement with an email list, about trust for the final sale. My business buffet program is an amazing place to begin. And then Wealth Without Guilt, of course, my signature group coaching experience, is another place that can really help you. But I want to go back to Heather's question about, what if my idea does not work and I fail? Okay. What if my idea does not work and I fail? It would result in misused family financial resources. So, Heather, I'm going to actually go back to my slide where, and everybody, you're going to watch me do this live with some beautiful women in just a moment. But Heather, I want to address your comment here. And go back to the slide, and we're going to just interrogate these thoughts. This particular thought. Okay, so in regards to your question, what if my idea does not work and I fail? It would result in misused family financial resources. Okay, if I was doing this for real, I would probably split these 2 thoughts up, but let's just, we'll do this very quickly. Is it 100% true that you do this work and it'll fail? It might be true, certainly. And would it be 100% true that you misuse family financial resources? I would get you to define misused. But here's the question, Heather, and for anyone else who might have a thought similar to this, could the opposite of this be true? Could you succeed? And could this be an amazing use of your family's money? Could you succeed? And could this be an amazing use of your family's money? And the thing that I think could also be really helpful for you, Heather, and anyone else who has a similar thought, Do I want to follow where this thought leads? What if my idea does not work and I fail? If I were to follow that thought, that makes me feel scared. So when I hear that thought, I feel afraid. And when I'm afraid, I don't do anything. I go into my pantry and I try to find potato chips. Like that's what I do. I don't create, I don't move forward. I just sort of hide. And again, do you want to follow where this thought is going to lead you? And you might. There might be times in your life where you know what, I have discerned that this is not the time for something new or something with risk, but this is where I love to trust the Lord. This is where I love to trust the Lord. And here's the thing. The Lord has given us intellect. The Lord has given us reason. The Lord has given us good mentors where experience has shown me that it is very possible that the opposite of this exact statement can be 100% true. Alrighty. I want to move into something really, really fun. And before I do that, I want to remind you to share this summit to win an 8-pack of coaching with me. Just the more you comment, that's more entries for you. The more you hit the share button and share this out to your community. For me, I just want to get this kind of content into the hands of Catholic moms who want business training, like solid strategic business training, but with a Catholic anthropology very much in mind. And so share this summit, tag me on Instagram at Lisa Canning. Let's get this message of possibility in motherhood and business out into the world. And a reminder, of course, that if you haven't already done so, come on over to the Possibility Mom conference.com and get your free access, totally free until the end of the weekend. Get your free access to this summit and join hundreds of other mamas. Actually, I think we're going to be in the thousands of other mamas who want to do this, who want to embrace this. Speaking of thousands, come on over to the Possibility Mom Success Circle, where a couple thousand women have joined me. It's so fun. I can't believe that exists, like that number exists. But come on over and join me, where it's just this beautiful, incredible group of Catholic moms who are open to this possibility in their lives. All right, we are moving into a really, really fun section of today's program where I am going to coach some women live. And these women have been very, very, very brave and agreed to be coached live on this summit. And so I'm very, very grateful for that. Before I bring my first guest on, I want to address some of these contents. Juliana says, so many great videos inside of your summit portal. Juliana, I'd love for you to tell us your favorite ones. And anybody listening, tell me your favorite interviews. Which ones have been your favorite interviews so far? Put them in the chat. I love the idea of my Catholic journey with God and our business. Thank you so much. This program is worth sharing. I'm so glad that you feel this way. Share this out with the world. Let's disrupt people's feeds. I'm a little bit of a My coach, Erin, asked me one day, she was like, what motivates you to do the things that you do? When you get like sad or like worried about money, when you get all those things, like what inspires you to do what you do? And I just was like, I love the visual of linking arms with women and like an army, like literally like an army behind me, beside me, like link arms. And where it's like, do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? Now, we're not angry men, but this camaraderie, this idea that we can do this together, that we don't have to be alone. I don't know why it's bringing tears to my eyes just even talking about it. The thought of thousands of women embracing their call, their mission, that thought gets me so excited. The thought of just, again, linking arms with women who have the bravery and the tenacity to follow the will of God in their lives without fear. Like, I think that's what it is. Like, because that's scary, you know? Going into battle can be scary. Just think about that for a minute. Doing hard things is scary. Like, you misusing family money, that's scary. Of course you're gonna be worried about that. Nobody wants to misuse family money. Putting yourself out there to be criticized, rejected, misunderstood, I don't think anybody signs up for that. And that's why it's so motivating me for me and why I want to disrupt people's feeds. Let us disrupt people's feeds today where just even by chance they stumble upon this live or they stumble upon you talking about the summit and they somehow get into the portal and they listen to just like one video that helps them to trust God more in their lives. Do you know how much like peace comes from trusting the Lord with your life? So let's disrupt. Let's just disrupt people's feeds today and get them thinking about how can they trust the Lord with their lives, with their business, with their motherhood. Alrighty, here we go. I'm very excited to bring on a beautiful woman, Wealth Without Guilt community member. She is all the way in the Philippines. So she is in the future, everybody. I always joke with the women that I coach who are in Asia. They're in the future. I'm like, tell me what happens on Saturday. All right, everybody, welcome. So fun. Mara Pastrana to the Possibility Mom Business Summit. How are you?
Hello, Lisa. Can I be
I-
heard?
Yes, you are heard loud and clear all the way in the
Good
Philippines.
morning.
Good morning.
Yes,
Good
I'm
evening.
in the Philippines and
All
I'm in the
right.
future.
You're in the future. I love it. In the Mira in the future. Okay. So what first of all, I'm so sorry. Is it Mira or Mara? How do you pronounce your name?
Mara.
Mira. Mira, what would you like coaching on today?
Um, well, I think one thing that I want coaching on is that recently I've been feeling insecure about writing content, and I constantly feel stuck thinking about what other people will think about me doing this, coaching women, given that people know me as more of an administrative person, more of an HR person,
Mhm.
usually who works on the back end of things. And so, kind of like doing something new and different to what people are used to and seeing me do gets me stuck, really.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that you're currently known as an administrative assistant or someone who is on the back end of a business and
Right.
creating content. You feel stuck because you sort of think that people aren't going to expect that from you. Is that right?
Exactly. Yep, that's right.
So, what I heard you say is, I feel stuck creating content. But if you had to add another sentence to that, like because, what would you say, like because?
Because I am fearful of what other people will think about me, and I'm not sure if I'm able to um, write content that will really be helpful for people.
So, I'm hearing two things there. I'm hearing I'm afraid of what people will think, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to write helpful content. So, I want
That's
to
right.
pick one to coach on. So I'm afraid of people will think, I mean, they're obviously tied together, but I'm afraid of what people will think, or I can't write helpful content. Which of those two sentences is heavier for you?
I think what's heavier is what people will think.
Okay. So what I heard you say, and let me know if this is an accurate picture of it.
Surely.
I'm afraid of what people will think of me. Is that accurate?
Yep,
So look
very
at
accurate.
I put the sentence on the screen here. I want you to just tell me what word in that sentence is the heaviest for you when you read that?
Mm, I think afraid
Mm,
would be the heaviest.
mm. When you feel afraid, what do you tend to do? Like, what actions come? How do you show up in the world when you feel afraid?
I tend to delay doing things. I tend to be more anxious and stressed, and I keep thinking about doing it, but not actually doing it. Um, and what actions? Uh, yeah, I just don't do what I need to be doing
Mm, mm.
when I'm fearful.
So you think about doing it. It sounds like you think about it maybe for a long time, and then
Yes, that's right.
the result is there's no progress made in marketing your business, right?
Yep, that's accurate.
So when you think the thought, I'm afraid of what people will think of me, and for everybody else listening, I want to really just underline this for a minute. A thought is a sentence. This is why we write it down. And it's actually kind of cool. I've never done this before where I put it on the screen in front of the person that I'm
Mm-hmm.
coaching. So this is really fun. It is a sentence that you can literally hit backspace on. Thoughts are optional. They might not feel optional, like meaning it might feel like this is happening to you, and you have no control over it.
Mm-hmm.
But we have been given intellect, reason, and will. And that will part, the will, it is very possible for us to use our intellect and our reason to take that thought and hold it captive, like what we're doing right now, and get a little bit more objective about it. Ask the questions: is this really true? Could the opposite of this be true? Etc. Etc.
Mm-hmm.
And then think a different thought, and come up with a thought that's actually going to be more helpful to you. So when you hear this, I'm afraid of what people will think of me, and it results in nothing happening in your business. Is this a thought that we want to hold on to?
Definitely not.
Okay. So let's dream a little bit. Let's get rid of this stinky thought. There we go. The thought that we don't want to hold on to is vanished. Okay. I know
Gone.
I'm being
Delete.
playful. I'm being playful. It obviously doesn't always happen that easily. When we have habits, like I have a habit of being afraid with money. That's just a habit. It is a habit. Like
Mm-hmm.
I have habitually thought this fear of what other people might think may also habitually be something in you. So but the wonderful thing is poof, poof, it can disappear. It really can disappear. So let's see what would be more fun for you. Tell everyone a little bit about what it is you want to launch.
Okay. My hope is really to launch a coaching business, a Catholic coaching business where I can coach women to gain joy and freedom by knowing their worth, unlocking unhealthy thought patterns, and really discovering their unique God given mission. So I know it's quite a mouthful.
Mhm.
I'm still hoping to narrow that down.
It's very small.
Lisa, we talk about narrowing the niche, but I know that I do need to start broad first. So that's the hope and the dream for me, for sure.
So, Mary, let me ask you this. What would it mean for a woman to live out her God given mission?
It would mean joy, freedom, and confidence for her. And I think especially freedom um, from, I guess, what people think. Joy, because that's what she's made to do. That's what she's made to be. Um, and that's what, yeah, that's what she was created for. And so it is going to be life giving for her because that's what the Lord has made her for.
Hmm. Hmm. So, freedom. And I
Hmm.
want to encourage you to go back and watch this recording because you literally said freedom from what people think and joy.
All right.
Freedom and joy. I want to just go back to something I said maybe about an hour ago or so.
Hmm.
How interesting would it be for you to tell stories about how difficult it was for you to be free of what people think.
Mhm. Mhm.
How interesting would it be for your people to observe you finding this exact same freedom for yourself?
Right.
When you hear me say that, what does that elicit in you?
I'm kind of trembling with that idea. Um, I think that uh, that I would need to be vulnerable, but also that I would need to seek that out for myself,
Mm.
um, and do it.
So I'm curious. There's two things I want to ask you.
Sure.
What's the worst thing that'll happen if you're vulnerable?
Oh wow, what's the worst? I guess people speaking behind my back.
Okay. And what's the worst thing that will happen if people speak about you behind your back?
Well, I'll either know about it or I won't know about it.
Okay.
Um, and maybe that would hurt. Well, I think that would hurt me if people speak behind my back.
But what if you don't even know they're talking about you? How does it hurt you if you don't even know they're talking?
Yeah, exactly. I guess I just it just leaves me stuck again. Um, yeah, I mean it's useless basically to think about it. It leaves me stuck and not doing what the Lord wants me to do.
And what if I told you that there are people who are judging? There's people judging you, there's people judging me, there's people judging everybody in the world right now.
Yeah, that's very accurate actually. And I shouldn't be thinking about that because it happens in the world. It happens to everyone and I shouldn't be living by those thoughts and judgments.
Now,
Um,
Mara,
yeah.
listen, it's very okay that you're doing this because you're a human being. Like, and we all do this. And this is where grace, this is where grace can make us perfect in the Jesus way, not in the unrealistic way. Like just where we can boast of our weakness. Can you
Mhm.
imagine what would it feel like if you could boast of the fact that I'm afraid people are going to judge me, but I trust Jesus so much that I'm going to go out and do it anyway.
Whew, that's bold and very obedient. If I definitely take that because I know that this is what the Lord wants. I mean, what the Lord desires is joyful and free and confident women who are living their God given purpose, who are making the most out of life, using the gifts that they have, knowing their worth, uh, and being free from unhealthy thought patterns.
So I'm going to suggest, I'm going to suggest you watch this recording.
Oh,
Several
wow, Lisa. You're awesome.
Because you're not doing anything. I'm just facilitating the experience for you to say exactly what you need, to be honest. And so I'm going to offer you a thought, and I'm really curious how this lands. So, creating content is how I can grow in obedience.
Wow.
That on the
Whew.
Put that on the thing and see, read that. Creating content is how I can
That's
grow
how I can
in
grow.
obedience. How does that make you feel?
Empowered. Um, and of course, I want to obey the Lord. That's my desire for my life. Um, it makes me move.
I'm going to give you one
Eh,
more. Okay. I'm going to give you
oh
one.
my God.
Creating content how I can
Oh my.
in holiness. Mara,
Amen.
this is the truth.
Amen.
I hate to break it to you. Go watch the Father Nathan video in your portal.
Okay.
This is just the truth. Like real success in business is holiness. And guess who else was criticized and talked about and misunderstood,
Jesus.
right? So who cares?
Yeah.
Big whoop! Yesterday on the I just kept saying this expression, big whoop! Who cares? People are talking about you. Of course, it's human. Nobody wants to be criticized, ridiculed, of course. But if it's your way to grow in holiness, the Lord is not going to leave you alone about it. That's my observation about you. All right, Mara, in the Philippines in the future. Thank you so much. And I hope that
Thank you, Lisa.
content is how I can grow in holiness helps you. Thank you so much.
Amen.
Isn't it fun, guys, to coach live? Oh my goodness. This is so much fun. I'm going to just piggyback here. Emanuela, one of the speakers on my summit, one of my fave quotes, what people think of me is none of my business. I love that so, so, so much. And Mary, you're getting lots of great just comments in the chat. This is so, so fun. Okay. Next up, I'm bringing a beautiful mama of many. Sheila, I'm so excited to coach you today. Sheila, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for having me on.
I'm so excited to coach you today. So, Sheila, just briefly give us a little bit of context. What are you doing in your world? And then we'll jump into how I can coach you. So, just a little bit of context.
Sure. Well, I've been married for 16 years. I have 8 beautiful children, one in heaven. I'm a homeschooling mom to some of them. My 2 oldest go to school, and then I homeschool 3 of them, and then I have the little ones.
So good. What's the span of ages again?
The youngest is 4 months, and the oldest is 15.
Oh my God. Where's your 4-month-old right now?
With my husband, keeping him quiet.
Baby. Oh my gosh. Well, of course, if the baby needs to come on and nurse, obviously we are very baby friendly over here on the Possibility Mom. There's so many interviews on the summit where I was nursing, and then I was like, oh my gosh, I really hope that there was no computer. Like, is this all legit for the internet? All right. So, what would you like some coaching on?
Well, on mindset, on and also being a mom, we give ourselves completely to our families, so I remember when I was younger and I was a youth minister. I went to school, I studied theology, I wanted to continue on, but I knew that wasn't it would be difficult. A lot of youth ministry happens at night. And so I left that. My husband works for the church. I kind of left that to him and allowed him to go on with that. So now I need to bring in more money. I need to help our family, especially in this economy. And I'm freelancing as a virtual assistant along with being a mom. But I want to make an impact. I want to be passionate, about what I do. And it's easy to lose that when you are a mom. We give ourselves so much to our families that when you sit down and reflect, it's like, what's left? I don't know what's left for me. And, so yeah.
Okay. Very, very relatable. So I just want to echo back what I heard. You've got 8 kids, ages 14 to 4 months. You give yourself a lot. And I heard you say that you feel like there's not a lot left. Is that accurate?
Yes. But not so much that there's not a lot left. Like I can dig and find, but the passion where, it's like, I want to have passion in my motherhood, raising my children, being a good wife. But I want to give of myself more to, I feel called to give of myself more. But because life is so busy, so, go, 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 go. Where can I reflect and find that passion to give to others?
Okay. So I want to just part of being a mindset coach is helping my clients get more objective. So I'm just going to ask you a couple questions to ground things in reality. There's no right or wrong answers to anything I'm about to say. These are
Okay.
just your personal reflection. On a scale of 1 to 10, and just kind of take like a week in a given week, and let's just say like a typical week. In a typical week, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being enormously busy and 1 being languid and not busy at all. In a typical week, how would you rank yourself on that scale?
Um, I- 8.
Okay. Okay. And then I would say same thing on a typical week. And again, just kind of take a typical week on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is vigor and passion and feeling like very intentional about life, and that your life is giving you fuel. Like it's um abundant. It's making you feel abundant. And again, typical week. And so, knowing that it's not always going to feel exactly like that. But if
Mhm.
you were to take a week, 10 being I feel fulfilled, abundant, full of passion, and then 1 being I am depleted, no passion at all, where would you rank yourself on a typical week?
Well, that's the thing. I think it fluctuates. So I'd have to say 5 because there's
Okay.
some days where I'm like, let's go, or hours. Let's put, hours. Um, and then I have to go change a poopy diaper,
Mm,
or then the kids are fighting and I have to mediate between them, you
mm.
know. So, or like just before I got on, we were talking to my 15-year-old about the gospel tomorrow, and there's like, it's wonderful and I want to continue, but there's always something to, okay, we got to stop and go on to the next thing.
Would you say that what is so bad about having to stop and go on to the next thing? Like, explain that a little bit for me, because it seems like there's something heavy or negative about having to. I'm just going to reflect back the words you said: stop
Hmm.
and move on to the next thing. What does that mean?
It means I can't complete. I think that means that, I was just, it means that I have these ideas and these desires and some passion, but I can't bring it to fruition.
All right. So I think the thought that's causing you a lot of stress is I don't have time to bring my passions to fruition. When you hear me say that, and I'm going to put it on the screen, I don't have time to bring my passions to fruition. Is that like an accurate statement?
Yes. Yeah.
And how does it make you feel when you read that on the screen? I don't have time to bring my passions to fruition.
Bummed. I mean, it tugs at my heart.
Mm,
A few weeks ago, I was thinking there are always so many ideas and so many, like
mm,
even speaking with my husband, let's do a podcast. You have so much to share, both of us do. And it's like, if we would just be able to act on all of these,
mhm, mhm,
how much good would come of it?
mhm, mhm.
But
What's the but?
where does the time come from?
Mm, mm, mm. Okay. So I want us to interrogate this thought. I don't have time to bring my passions to fruition. Is this 100% true? So, like 100% of the time?
No.
Okay. Now, this is the next question that's interesting. Like, could the opposite of this be true? Could it be possible that you have time to bring your passions to fruition?
Of course.
Okay. Okay.
I think it would take a great graces from God. I mean, but we are in a very busy stage of our life, but
Yes.
it's
Yes.
always possible.
Mm, mm. So here's where I think it could be very helpful. Number one, I don't have time to bring my passions to fruition. It makes you feel bummed. When you feel bummed, do you do any of the things that might help you create time, or do you do
No,
the opposite of that?
I do the opposite.
So again, everybody ready? We're going to delete. Delete. We're just going to delete that thought. I don't have time to bring my passions to fruition. It's a thought that's going to come up, and it's a thought that might be true. I want everybody to hear this. It may be true in certain seasons. There may be certain seasons where it is not prudent for you to pursue something new. It just might not be. Discernment is the name of the game here. We all have to discern. And discernment is like every day. Like every day. Discernment is every day. But what I'm hearing from you is that it's just kind of clear to me. You know, you've come into some of my workshops, so there's been this sort of steady, I would say, tapping. I like to describe the Lord as he taps. It's like, hey, remember that thing like I kind of placed in your heart a while ago? Like, come in, hello, hello. So I'd like to explore and get just curious. Can we get curious about what it would look like for you to pursue things? Like, what would it look like for you to have time to pursue your own passions? Let's just get curious. Where does that time, where could that time come from?
At night
Okay.
and early in the morning.
Okay.
Um,
Where else could that time come from?
when the kids are busy, when the little one's sleeping and the other ones are playing outside, or
Okay.
weekends.
Okay. Amazing. So if I told you I would like you to find 2 blocks in a week of intentional time, and you get to decide what those blocks look like. It could be while your children are engaged in activities, or it could be you get the older kids to watch the little ones, or there's many different ways that one can strategize a mom to have moments like what you and I are doing right now. You obviously strategize to have a 20-minute experience to come on here.
Mm-hmm.
So what if I told you I want you to find 2 blocks of time a week to pursue whatever you want? What's the thought that comes up?
That's not enough, and it's I'm either all in or I'm not, and I feel like 2 blocks, like, really, that's it.
Okay. So what if we can redefine what being all in is for you?
That's what I need.
What if all in is 2 blocks? What if that was so true? Do you know how much we accomplish? I have 9. You have 8. Do you know how much you and I accomplish in a day? Like, honestly, your laundry is probably exactly like mine, constantly going. Your pantry is probably exactly like mine. There is always like something on the floor. Like a toddler has always taken something and unwrapped something. Oh my gosh, Sheila, this is like the day of my existence. When my little kids take a wrapper and then they're like, do, 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 or they take things like the pasta. My point is,
I know, yes.
you and I, you gave yourself some evidence. I bet you, if you gave yourself some evidence of the amount of things you accomplish in a day, it would be immense. And so the reason why I'm arguing this is that what if all in was 2 blocks, because you are exceptional at getting a lot done in a limited amount of time.
That's freeing.
There's a really weird analogy that business people use. I have no idea why this became an analogy, but it's very popular in business circles. And that's, you don't eat an elephant, 1 gulp. I think it's the weirdest visual. Who eats an elephant? Nobody eats an elephant, but whatever, we're going to go with it. So what I think would be just enormously helpful for you, just very practical. I do want to give you a thought, but just from a very practical point of view, is any goal, writing a book, making $1 million, making like literally any goal, starting a company like Apple, like anything, like big goals, small goals, organizing your pantry, buying something for your kids' first communion, like literally any goal consists of a series of smaller steps. That's just the reality, right? Buying a kid's first communion outfit. I need to or go online and find options, order some options. If those options don't fit, go to the mall. First communion outfit is done. Okay, so 5 steps there. Other steps like making $1 million, or maybe here, let's use writing a book. Writing a book. Okay, that might have more than 5 steps, but the concept is the same. It's like write an outline, actually write the book, get the book to a publisher, get the book published, sell a book. Like any goal can be broken down to a series of smaller steps. And what if it is better to make progress as opposed to not? Like, what if it's better, Sheila, for both you and for the people you're meant to serve, that you make progress? What if progress is better than no progress?
Yeah.
So here's the thought that I think might be better, like might be helpful for you. I don't know. I'm going to just write it down and then you see. If I say something like, the Lord can magnify and multiply my efforts. When you hear that, what does that elicit in you?
Yeah. It brings me comfort. And I have said something, and I think with child number 7 of the Lord will have to multiply our time. And so that's.
Okay. Are you ready? Look at me. Look at me. Everybody. This woman has 8 children. Like people like you and I who have as many children as we can. Sorry.
Oh, no.
That's not what I meant. We're not having as many children as we can. People like you and I only mean the number of children we have, people who have as many children as you and I have, understand this concept so acutely. When I had one child, Sheila, when you had your first child, I'm sure there was no way you could picture having 8.
Yeah.
Right? But
Right.
you and I uniquely, and other moms like us who have had this many children, learn over time that actually a lot is possible. Oh my gosh. Can you please, Sheila, borrow from the confidence that you have in raising 8 human beings? The Lord can do so much, and all you have to do is show up for that time block. What if that's it? What if all you have to do is show up for that time block, and then the Lord will just give you what you're supposed to do during that time?
Sounds good.
Ah,
I'm here.
Sheila, let's go. I love it so much. Sheila, thank you for being willing.
Thank you.
I'm really grateful. And go enjoy. You have a birthday today, right?
No.
Oh, no.
Not me.
Enjoy the rest of your day. And I'm so excited for you. Keep me posted on your efforts. All righty. Oh my gosh, guys. Do you see what happens? Isn't that fun? Isn't this so much fun? Hope says, bring those 2 fish and 5 loaves. Okay. This is a great concept to reflect upon. Okay. Multiply. The Lord can multiply. And again, I really, when I coach fellow moms of multiple children, like many children, we just have a unique perspective. Like you can't help it. We have a very there's just like a lot of reality of like laundry and things like shoes, like the amount of shoes in my house. I thought moving to Florida, everybody, I used to live in Canada. where you have to have multiple kinds of shoes. You have flip-flops in the summer, you have winter boots, you have like shoes for the fall, you have rain boots. Like, so my kids all had 4 shoes minimum each for the different seasons that we had in Canada. I thought moving to Florida would solve my shoe problem. No, there's still shoes everywhere. Like, I walk into a room and there's one strewn shoe. I'm always like, oh my gosh. Everyone just be barefoot so I do not have to have shoes strewn throughout my house. Anyway, my point is, especially moms of many, I feel like we understand this multiplication of time. And so just, I love this fish and loaves. We just need to bring him what we've got and trust that the Lord will do the rest. Keyword, willing. We need to be willing to bring our fish and our loaves. Alrighty. Oh, this is so much fun. Okay, bringing to the Possibility Mom Business Summit, Anna, who has a birthday today, right? You've got one of your
That is me.
birthday? Yay.
Yeah, it's my daughter's birthday today, and I have 5 kids, which seems like nothing compared to the 2 of you.
No. 5, honestly, I think one child can feel like 9, like 100%. It's just, and no, 5 is, no, you're right up there. You understand like the mess is what I mean, like the logistics. All right, Anna, give us some context. Share with us what's going on in your life. You've got 5 kids, and what's the business that you are growing?
So I work from home full time, which gives me a lot of freedom in my schedule. So a lot of the reasons that someone would want to start their own business, I already have that because I work from home.
Okay.
But the job that I'm in is not my passion. I'm a medical writer by day, and then I'm a stepmom coach by night. So I've been a stepmom coach, growing my business part-time for the past years. I started 5 years ago when we were living in Peru and I wasn't working, and it was a lot easier because I had help, and I didn't have 5 kids at the time. I only had 3 at the time. So the older 2 are my stepkids and the younger 3 are ours. But they all live with us full time. And lately, I've taken a pause from my business. It's been almost a year. I can't believe that it's been almost a year that I've been not like actively engaging as I usually do. And I just listened to the signs that were coming to me, and I felt like I needed to take a break. And for the past, I don't know how many years, and even before I became a stepmom coach, my true passion is coaching families that have roots in addiction. So I'm an adult child of an alcoholism dynamic. And that's always been my passion, to help families through addiction. But I've been really scared to go there. And I think lately I've been feeling a push more and more that that's where I need to go in life, that that's the direction that I'm being called to go into. And I really resonated with what you said this morning, Lisa, in your introduction session, how you were resisting being a Catholic coach, but everyone who came to you was Catholic. And I'm resisting being like an addiction family coach. I don't know what to call it exactly just yet, but I'm resisting that. But all the people that come to me have some family history of addiction or dysfunction. And so I've worked with those types of people anyway. I'm just resisting calling myself that kind of coach because of fears that are getting in my way, I guess. And I really resonate too with that like ungodly self-reliance concept. And I'm leaning into trusting more. But I'm just, it's been a long time coming that I've had these like insights that I want to do this with my life, but I just feel kind of paralyzed. I don't know where to start. I think there's a lot of fear still. And about 2 years, it hasn't been 2 years yet, but it's almost been 2 years that I lost my sister to a drug addiction and an overdose. And so I felt like I needed to take some time to heal from that. And I feel like I'm in an even better place now to help people like that. But I just kind of don't know where to start. And my time is limited as mom of 5 that works full time. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you so much for your vulnerability. And I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
You cannot answer this question with, I don't know. Okay. So you just have to answer it. If you had to identify the biggest fear holding you back from coaching addiction families or being an addiction family coach, what is that number one fear? And you cannot say, I don't know.
Number one, that I'm not 100% healed. And so who am I to help other people heal if I'm still struggling with some of those issues of codependency? But at the same time, I also think it's a lifelong struggle. And I don't think that I'll ever get over it 100%. So that's that if that fear is going to stop me, it's always going to stop me.
So I cannot help others with codependency because I still struggle with it. Is that an accurate sentence?
Yes.
I cannot help others with codependency because I still struggle with it. Okay, when you say that sentence, how does it make you feel?
A little nervous.
Okay, nervous.
Mm-hmm.
When you feel nervous, what do you tend to do?
I think I avoid it and go somewhere else, do something else.
Avoid it, I do something else. Okay. And then as a result of avoiding it and doing something else, what happens? What's your ultimate result?
I just don't do what I want to do, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So we're going to take you through the same questions that I've been encouraging people to reflect on.
Mm-hmm.
Is it 100% true that you cannot help others with codependency because you still struggle with it? Is it 100%? Is that statement?
No,
right?
I know it's not.
Could the opposite of it be true?
Yes. And I think this is the first time I've ever said it out loud. And I'm realizing how silly it is because it's quite, my beliefs are the opposite. Like if someone's never struggled with codependency, how can they help someone else through it? Just by reading a textbook? That's not the way, right? And so I think because I have struggled with it, I'm probably in the best place to help others. Even though I still struggle through it, I have like tools to get through it, right?
What is the benefit? I really want you to go into your imagination and like almost, this might sound funny, but almost like take your life, like let's say the last year, okay? And if you were to put that on a film reel, like an old school film reel, the kind that you spool up, right? And you then they play it and it spins. So if you were to really like unspool the last year of your life, go into your imagination and just view that last year and all of the ways that you have helped yourself with codependency, those moments, those strategies, those journaling techniques, the breathing, and literally, I want it in your imagination, like picture those moments that you have done this for yourself. What benefit could that be for someone else?
I mean, it's not even the past year. It's the past like 15 years ever since I read this book, Codependent No More, and started to recognize that that was even an issue for me. But speaking up about it, I think I can help other people get there faster, get to that realization faster that they have that problem. And I think by not naming it and not calling it what it is, because I don't think I've ever used that word in my social media posts, like codependent. I completely try to resist it. That's, I feel like it's like a coming out moment if I post something on my social media and say I'm codependent, because I've never done that before. I don't think. And even like just recognizing that someone has that pattern is so valuable, because otherwise you're just living and struggling and blindly sort of going through struggling and not knowing why. But when you know why, that's when you can do something about it. And so I can see like more and more the value that me speaking up about it and using the right words and using the right terminology could have on other people and their own awareness and their own like sparking that healing journey for them.
So I want to propose a new thought, and I'm curious how this lands. My own struggle can be a valuable service.
Mm-hmm.
When you hear that, what does that elicit in you?
I'm just thinking about like those people who go on their Instagram live crying and like right in the moment kind of being super vulnerable, and it's a bit scary, to be honest.
Now, I'm going to just challenge you for a moment. That doesn't have to be you.
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest, like that doesn't have to be anyone. Like nobody has to serve from the moment of struggle.
Mm-hmm.
Some people do. There are people who I follow, and sometimes I do it. There are times when it can be possible, helpful, healthy. Like it's not unhealthy for somebody to just jump on and in a moment of struggle. But I also want to offer that it can also be after. Like it can also be after you've wiped your tears.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's necessary. Like sometimes it's more healthy. Like, or I don't want to quantify like more or less healthy, but just for some people, I think they have to discern if you can speak from a wound. I heard somebody say this, like you're speaking from a wound, so it's like open and blood is pouring out or whatever. Not to get too gross, but you can speak from an open wound, or you can speak from a scab. And my husband, we're very open about he has had clinical depression, he has clinical anxiety, like diagnosed anxiety currently. And so for us it's kind of like, this is a gross analogy, but it's kind of like mental health for us in our marriage is never going to go away. Like it's almost like a scab that kind of keep picking. That's probably the wrong analogy, but just my point is that there are times when we are speaking from a scab where it's like we're doing pretty good and we've had a lot of experience. And then there are times when that scab is like gaping. But you get to decide when you show up. So I really want to encourage you about that. You get to totally decide when you show up, how you show up, what that looks like to you. And that's like my own struggle can be a valuable service. It's like I would underline the word service for it. Because there's many different ways you can serve that don't necessarily involve you crying on Instagram.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I want to invite you, like the last thing I want to invite you to think about is, what does that look like for you? Like what would it look like for you to be a valuable service to your people? What does that look like?
I think definitely like naming. Like I've been avoiding using that term codependent, but I think I absolutely have to. That's huge. And sharing sort of from the scab, not from the wound. That feels safe and comfortable for me. My experiences and how I've gotten through some of those like tough times, like my sister passing away, or trying to raise a family when all your childhood triggers are kind of activated in different situations. And yeah, I think for me, like I love Instagram and I post a lot on Instagram, and I'm a writer, so I prefer writing rather than going live and talking. So I think keeping that as a starting point, it feels easy and it feels doable. Whereas like sitting down to do a live video or any kind of video is just overwhelming and scary a little bit. So starting from that place. Did that answer the question?
I am so excited for you to go and create some content that will just serve your people.
Mhm.
and then see what happens. See what happens. See how the Lord will magnify and multiply your efforts.
Mhm.
Your work is really important. Thank you so much for being vulnerable and getting coached today. The world needs to hear it, and needs to hear it specifically from you.
Thank you. That was really helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My friends, I hope that coaching, like seeing people get coached, helps to illustrate just how powerful it is when we become more objective about a thought, and then have the willingness to go someplace that again might be terrifying. Hope says here for Anna, you might save lives, just a gentle push of encouragement, and that a 5 minute ahead and wounded healer is the best kind. When we can step into this space of the unknown, when we can step into this space of, I don't know, I cannot see. I just wrote an email to my list. You might have seen it, but in case you didn't, yesterday, going to school, my 7 of my 9 kids are in school. And I take my 2 little ones who are at home. So Colleen, who's 2, and Andrew, who is 7 months. And Colleen decided yesterday, she's done this before, but it was like just, I don't know, acute yesterday for some reason, her determination. She decided that no, she didn't want to sit in the stroller. I have a double, like side by side bugaboo donkey. She decided to get out of the stroller beside her brother, and she wanted to push the stroller. She was like, I'm pushing the stroller. That's what we're doing. Pushing the stroller. And I was like, okay, that's fun. The child is 2.5 feet tall. The stroller is 50 pounds. And then when you throw in another baby in the stroller and the random shoes, the random rock collections, does anyone else's kids collect rocks? Oh my gosh. The random rock collection, the random like school things, all in the bottom. The stroller was probably at least 75 pounds, like 75 pounds of weight with this teeny tiny 2.5 foot person. And even with the stroller, like the handlebar, like depressed all the way down, she couldn't see anything. She was like, this is like, she couldn't see anything. So she pushed that thing with brute force and would constantly get stuck in the, like get stuck in the grass. And I would have to kind of veer the stroller over. She would get stuck in the gaps in the sidewalk, in the concrete. And I would have to like really patiently, but she would just push this thing, push it. She was hot. I live in Florida, so she was sweaty. It was a big hot mess. And she just kept pushing, even though she couldn't see the path ahead of her. And it was like she had this just like immense trust that she knew where she was going. She knew she was going to get to school. And it was like with no fear, I'm going to push this stroller, even though I can't see anything. I'm going to do it. And as we were walking back, I remember just feeling so like astounded. I was like, I can learn a lot from my 2-year-old about trusting God with my time. I can learn a lot from my 2-year-old about trusting God with the process, with the timeline, with all the things of my business and my motherhood. That even when we cannot see, even when we feel like it is insurmountable, I'm too hot and sweaty, like Colleen was, even when the discomfort feels immense, to trust that we can move forward because the Lord will steer us the right way. I'm going to say that one more time. Trust, even when we cannot see the road ahead of us, even when we are hot and sweaty and oh my gosh, there's no way I can do this. Trust that the Lord will steer us, and we just have to be willing to keep going. In the schedule, I had something around making time for your business, and we can definitely still talk about time, but I'm feeling very compelled. And there is a little bit about time in this interview, so I remember just going to go with it. I'm feeling very compelled to share an interview that my mindset coach did with me, where she coaches me live. So you just watched me coach a bunch of beautiful women live, and thank you again. It's vulnerable to get coached in public, right? But she coached me live. And so I want to take a moment and play this interview with you. For you, this is a video interview. A video interview. Okay, yes, of course, it's a video. Oh my gosh. Just hold on. This is an interview in video format of my mindset coach, Erin Ingold, and you're going to witness her coach me on my thoughts. Here we go. Welcome back to the Possibility Mom Business Summit. I am here with my friend first, my coach, maybe second, I guess. I don't know. And then my colleague, I don't know, trainer, guide, all the things, Erin Ingold. Erin, how are you?
Lisa, I miss you.
I miss you so much. P.S. This is how I introduced your husband. And your husband, I was like, my friend, my coach, my mentor. And he was like, that's a lot of hats I wear. And I was like, yep. That's a lot of hats.
No pressure.
But it's the best. And it's really interesting to navigate all those different hats. We've done many things, you and I together. You are a dear, dear, dear friend to me. But for the context of this summit, what I really want to highlight is that you are my mindset coach. So you are the person that I call, that I pay when I feel all kinds of things. you are the reason how that I tripled my income in 4 months. You are the reason, to be honest, like a lot of the work that you helped me to do has resulted in this summit and all the things that I do now. So I'm very, very grateful. In addition to being all of those things for me, can you share with people who might not be familiar with you and your work a little bit about you?
Yeah. Well, first of all, you tripled your income because of you and changing your thoughts around things. So ultimately, that's what my husband and I do. We own a business called Metanoia Catholic, and it's a mindset coaching business. We train Catholic mindset coaches. We also have an academy where we help all Catholics help themselves, like really kind of change the way that they're thinking, utilize their intellect and their will, their spiritual powers of their soul better, remove the obstacles to grace, and actually move and grow closer to the Lord, and actually like discover what the Lord put them here to do. That's one of my favorite things that we do. So
there are several of your graduates on this summit. Kelly Shoup is on this summit.
Yes.
Beth Kubik is on this summit. There are a few more that I can't think of off the top of my head, but there are many people who've gone through your training right here. So I want to dive right in to why thought work is so important, and what we sort of already intimated in this conversation, that it can produce incredible results. And yes, thank you very much. Yes, of course, I did the work to triple my income, but it was pivotal, the thought that you gave me. Do you remember the thought that you offered me?
I think I remember it, but you can refresh my memory.
Making money is fun and easy. So I came to you after a challenging season. We had had a little bit of a financial mishap in the closing costs of our home here in Florida. I was coming off of a year of a lot of hustle. You know, there was a lot that I did to recoup the costs, build a business, and then of course we had a pandemic. Like there were many things going on, and so I was coming off a year of a lot of hustle. We met because I saw your hair. I love telling this story. You were coming out of the church, and I was like, "Who is that girl? Like, we need to be friends because I
I
know."
had just freshly teased it at that point. I'm like
Coming out of mass, like
fighting the Florida heat. Yes, yes. I have my teasing comb with me all the time, by the way. Okay,
I
go
saw
ahead.
this girl with like lipstick like today with the tall hair, and I was like, somebody needs to introduce me to her because we are going to be friends. Your husband, I think I was talking to your husband when it happened. Anyway, we got introduced, and then you told me that you were coached in the life coach school. This was a school that I had long admired. I was debating at that time to go and do my training through the life coach school. And so anyways, I just was like so intrigued by what you did. And then you introduced me to this world of what it means to do this with a Catholic anthropology
Mm,
as the basin, so to speak. I want to encourage everybody to go check out my interview with Dr. Greg, which is on this summit, where we talk about what it means to do everything in a Catholic anthropology. But go
yeah.
watch that later. So you unlocked in me this understanding of the whole human person, mindset work, what makes it Catholic, what can be potentially damaging, and coached me on my pursuit of making money.
Mhm.
I had this sort of hustly kind of year, and you, as a fellow sanguine, challenged me to look at what if making money was fun and easy.
Mhm.
And being curious with that thought caused me to literally make an enormous amount of money in a short amount of time. The amount of money I had made in a 12-month period, you know, in
Mm.
a very, very short amount of time. And anyway, so I offer that because of the power of changing a thought.
Mm.
Erin, why does this matter to the Catholic mom entrepreneur? Why is being so conscientious and changing thoughts? Why does this matter?
From a Catholic standpoint and a scriptural standpoint, words become flesh. So if you think about a thought in your head is a sentence in your brain, if you want to be visual about it, you can like literally see like almost a typewriter going on in this sentence going across your brain. And the thoughts that become problematic are the ones that are not true, not aligned with actual objective truth, and you believe. Okay, so those are the problematic ones. A lot of times there's a lot of thoughts running through our minds that we don't realize we believe, that lead us down a trajectory that is not useful or even immoral. Like we actually sin from some of these thoughts. Actually, we sin from all of our thoughts. Actually, we sin in our thoughts first before we actually sin in behavioral. So we want to be able to capture our thoughts, and we want to be able to look at them, and we want to be able to use our God-given reason to actually see, do I want to keep thinking this thought or do I not? And that's really what I took you through in our coaching session. It was like very much like that. It was kind of like we identified the thoughts about money, and there were a lot of them that were actually leading you to be rejecting money. There was a lot of guilt around them, which I think a lot of people out there can relate to this, right? It was like almost this morality, but then also there was like some identity stuff tied up in that. And so my goal with you was like just kind of identify the why. And I thought your why was beautiful. It was so that you could be generous. So I was like, okay, so why are we letting all of these kind of funny little trick thoughts getting in the way of doing this thing and actually being able for you to steward this money well, this money that I think you're fully capable of making. I there's a lot of thoughts around money, and we could probably do an entire workshop on that actually, specifically in the Catholic world. But for me, when I started doing this work, even in my own money work, I worked on making money morally neutral because it is. And it's really just our thoughts about it that makes it immoral or moral, right? So Why is it helpful for somebody to do this work? Because guys, our thoughts are that is the point. That is that pivot point, right? It's not what happens to us. I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard this saying before, like, life happens to you and then we have a choice of how we're going to respond to it. Guess what that choice is? Guess where that choice is? It happens in your thoughts first. Okay. So it's not like we choose to do something first. We actually choose to think something first, which actually inclines us to feel a certain way, which actually inclines us to act. That's how it works. So that's part of the anthropology.
Yeah. What are the most common things you observe? Like, maybe give me like your two most like frustrated, like you get so frustrated when you see entrepreneurs cling to these thoughts and turn those thoughts into beliefs. What are like maybe two that really, really just kind of make you like, oh, stop it?
I would say fear of failure, like letting, like kind of thinking failure is this thing that happens to them and not like a mental construct in their mind, because it is. I mean, really, you have a choice whether or not to even perceive something as a failure. That's number one. And then I think number two is like this misconception that like building a business is going to be easy or something. Like, what I mean by that is being like what the heck, like this is hard, like, and then they stop, right? They stop doing what they're doing. And it's kind of like it has to be this balanced way of, like, you could actually look at that from a very different way. You could say, this is the part where I have to do the uncomfortable things. This is the part that I have to do the things that I don't want to be doing, but I'm doing them because I love this other stuff. I love that I'm actually doing the thing that the Lord has called me to do. So I'm doing like that kind of misconception there.
I've heard you talk about this concept of 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and just to articulate it, 50-50, it's like there's going to be good things in your life and there's going to be not so good things in your life. And of course, as Catholics, we know that suffering can be redemptive, that suffering can be for our benefit, surely. So of course, I feel like Catholics understand that. But in business, for a mom especially, because when you think about it, a mom is removing herself from her family. A mom has to, on top of the already sometimes very challenging aspects of being a mom, like dealing with temper tantrums and challenging things with bigger kids, messes, all the things. Like, there's a lot of things that happen just in our regular mom life.
Mm-hmm.
For her to remove herself from that, to set her kids up for success, like, just like meaning get a babysitter or get the husband to get on board with watching them, like, that's already, for some moms, very hard.
Mm.
And then you're going into this, like, and now I'm going to do entrepreneurship where, oh my gosh, it's really hard. So how do we do the hard? So Beth Bubik's interview, I want to encourage everybody to go watch my conversation with Beth. We talked about why it is not helpful, like a beach ball trying to shove it under the water. It's not helpful to just depress or suppress or not pay attention to these negative feelings. So let's say we have a negative feeling. We're like, okay, this is fear, this is guilt, this is anxiety, whatever it is. We feel it, we accept it, rather than try to just scroll it away on our phones or eat the popcorn or eat the Doritos in your pantry. What do we do after we've accepted it, Erin? Like, what do we do then?
After you've like felt the hard, right? You're like, ooh, this is hard. I like the question, and I actually just coached like our coaches right before this. And I actually asked them this question. I remember asking you this question too. What's the alternative? It's kind of this acceptance question. You're like, I've accepted that life is hard. And you know what? That hard does not have to be meaningless. It does not have to be in vain. It could be like, is this hard? And I'm actually choosing to like engage in the hard, right? But I like asking the question even like, okay, so I could go around avoiding the hard for the rest of my life. Sure. Live in the cave, watch Netflix for the rest of my life, do nothing meaningful. I don't know. Like, just, I could avoid it. And that's why I like this question. What's the alternative? Like, okay, like that sounds kind of nice to sit on the couch for the rest of my life. But I will not create anything. I will not live in the space. Like it sounds nice. It doesn't sound wonderful. It doesn't sound great. Like it sounds comfortable, but it also is coming from a place of being afraid of embracing the hard. So I really like the question, what's the alternative? Like the alternative is me staying in the cave and creating nothing, being in fear and not actually living in that potential that the Lord is calling me to do. Now, I will also say living in that tension of not doing what the Lord is calling you to do is also hard. So which one are you going to choose?
Oh, that's good. Everybody, I want to just like back it up a minute. Okay, back it up for just a second, because this is a very important point to discuss. I'm going to draw the timeline of a mom who perhaps is going to discern business. Erin, I want to invite you to like help fill in gaps if I'm missing things. Okay. So mom wakes up one day and is like, hey, like, I actually really want to become a coach. Like, I'm really good at talking to people. So maybe she like goes online. So she's in this like space of curiosity. I've never drawn this out before. So we're kind of doing this together in real time. So she goes maybe to a place of curiosity. Maybe she Googles, maybe she like goes on Instagram and checks out people's, profiles that are coaches, and she gets curious. Okay. So that's maybe like step one, curious. Step two, maybe she like, maybe she's step two, like brings it to prayer. So she's going into the stage of discernment. Okay, Lord, do you want me to do this in the midst of my mom life? What could this look like? She brings it to prayer. She brings it to her spiritual director. Of course, she brings it to her husband, right? After she discerns, this is where people come to me and where I witness so much tension.
Yes.
It's this point that you just made. So they've discerned it. They're maybe not 100% sure, but they're like at least willing to go to the next step, which is like, okay, what does this look like to do in action? You have a lot of people in your academy who I think are in this exact stage as well. So then they're like, okay, I want to be a coach. What do I do now? Maybe Lisa has a course. I know Matt and Erin have a course. Like maybe there's something I can do. They sign up for something. And this is what you just articulated. For a lot of people, they remain in this tension of, oh my gosh, should I be doing this? Can I really do this? I want to tell you a story really quick, and then I want you to respond. I just got off the phone right before this interview with this lovely girl who came to me about 8 weeks ago and was like, I really want to become a coach, but I don't know how to do it. And I don't know if my husband will be on board. And so we just had a really, really lovely chat. I told her about your program. I told her about mine. And, I was like, let's just explore the possibilities. She came back. I talked to my husband, not going to work out. And I was like, okay. And I did a little bit of coaching with her as well. But I have enough experience now that, sometimes it just takes time, right? She signed up for one of my workshops, came on the workshop. $49, so very low threshold, like, very easy purchase. Came on the workshop. I had the opportunity to coach her live. And I said to her, okay, I want you to go out and coach 3 people for free. And she was like, and I was like, yeah, you're just going to do it. And she was like, but I don't have a website. And I was like, so what? I don't have a niche. I'm like, so what? I don't have a this. I don't have a that. And I was like, do you know how to use Zoom?
Yes. Or a phone.
And do you know how to like talk to people? And she's like, And so I left her with that thing. And I even gave her direct instructions. I was like, you're going to, right after we hang up the phone here, you're going to get on your phone on Instagram and you're going to make this offer. She did it. Because I was like, I'm going to hold you accountable. Like, I'm going to, I'm going to watch when we all hang up, I'm going to go on your Instagram and see if you do it. She did it. And then I didn't really hear from her for a while. Like I just, a couple weeks went by. This morning, she was like, I coached 3 people live. My husband watched what it looked like for me to coach. He listened to me go on Instagram and talk about what happened when I coached. And he said, go ahead. and get
Yay.
this program. And the reason why I'm articulating this is because she had two choices. She could live in the tension of like, should I, shouldn't I? Is this what the Lord wants? Or she can appropriately do things like purchase a small program or do something for free. Like she appropriately can do some activities. But I just think what is so smart, what you just said, is how long, like that is a choice. To live in that tension is a choice. What do you think about that, Erin?
Yeah, no, it's choose your hard. That's what it is. It's like choose what you want to be hard today. Because indecision, by the way, is tense. Nobody likes to do. You actually expend a ton of brain energy when you are in indecision. Indecision is also a choice. It's also a choice. A lot of people think they're not making a choice in indecision. They're like, I'm undecided, so I'm not making a choice. No, you are choosing to stay there. And you know how you get out of that? Taking action, actually doing something. And not like expecting that it's going to be easy. Like this is how we grow. This is how we become resilient. This is like how we actually grow in virtue, which means we're growing closer to beatitude, the goal, right? Seeing God face to face. Like that's how you grow. And so I think I love this quote by St. John Henry Newman. And he said, the only evidence of life is growth.
The only evidence of life is growth. That is a great quote.
And it's true. Like if you feel stuck, it's because because you're choosing a hard that is just that tense place of being in indecision or just not taking action. That's why you feel stuck. You're choosing the other hard.
I love this phrase, choose your hard. Okay, but I want to play devil's advocate because I can hear people who might be saying, but Erin, it is hard. Like it is hard to run a business. So I have another mom in my mind. She came to me for coaching. Mom life difficult. Wants to launch a business, difficult. What happens when both are like almost equally hard? Like how do you, perhaps the question I'm asking is around discernment. It's like, what's the hard I should pick? How do you know which is the hard I should pick?
Well, I think there is an element of committing to it. Obviously, there is a hierarchy of vocation, right? So there's like we're all called to holiness. It's like top layer vocation, and then we have the area in which we've taken vows of some sort. So it's like I've taken a vow to be a wife and a mother, right? That call to matriarchy or call to maternity. But then also like if you're a priest, right? You take your vows over here. So that's that next layer. Those two are very important. We don't like throw those out with our other vocation, which is like the vocation within the vocation. So like, let's say you're being called to be like a business owner or help your family grow financially. And that's what you want to do and so on and so forth. And you're like, I'm going to be a coach because that's kind of the example that we've been using. I say when it comes down to that, you ask yourself, okay, is my actual vocation suffering from this? First, stop there, right? Do your own work on that. Say like, how is it suffering? That's actually been my goal lately is how do I intentionally connect with my husband, my daughter, and God, like those three core relationships. Because I love doing business stuff. I love creating stuff for my business. But like I realized like, oh my gosh, I'm kind of imbalanced here. So like how do I and really get creative about how do I reconnect with these people? How do I become intentional about that? So first, that's the first question I would ask is this imbalanced? Do we need to put more effort over here for now? And then what do we do with the other stuff, right? The question was, sorry, remind me what the question is. So how do I know?
Like discernment. It's like if both are hard, how do you know which hard to choose?
I also think when you're honest with yourself, because I do think there's a lot of people, because guys, let's be honest, like running a business is hard, but it's not as hard as being a mom. I think I mean, I will be honest, like that. Well, maybe that's just me, and that's certainly a thought that I have, where it's like, I'm like, you get thanked when you run a business because like you're running a business for other adults who are like appreciating it. You're like, thank you so much. You don't get thanked by your 4-year-olds or your 3-year-olds like every day, and like, so it is a little bit easier doing that. So how do you choose which hard? I would say, I mean, God, this is why it's so helpful just to be like in constant dialogue with the Lord. Like, really, it's like, Lord, what do you want me to focus on today? Um, where is this focus? I'd have to hear like a specific scenario and coach somebody on that. This is kind of a
Let's coach me. This is
okay.
my
Let's do
very
it.
natural segue. So I thought it might be helpful to people to see what happens when there is coaching.
Mhm.
Like what does coaching look like? And I thought it would be helpful to then obviously talk about how you pivot. So when you're in that moment of like, okay, I felt the feeling of fear or shame
Mm.
or anxiety, um, I can choose to hang on to this thought or I can choose something else, like what that process looks like. So, Erin, you're going to coach me. Take the reins.
Let's do it. And Lisa, what would you like coaching on today?
So, at time of this recording, I am producing what is going to be the most epic summit. Like
Nice.
epic. It is going to be so helpful to people and I have a lot of fun doing it.
Okay.
It is a tremendous amount of work. It is also, I'm not going to call it expensive, but like there are costs involved, like to do it, right?
Mhm.
So I'm also juggling regular finances as the primary breadwinner for my family. The money that I create in this business fuels our mortgage, fuels like all the things.
Okay.
And I am also a mom of 9,
Hmm.
and I'm tired.
Hmm.
So a thought I often have is like, I'm not gonna make it.
Okay. Well, make what?
I don't know. I've been asking myself this question, like, because this thought is so like on repeat in my brain.
Okay.
You're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. Some days it's like stamina. So some days I'm like, you're just too tired. You're not gonna have enough time. Like it's not gonna be good. Like you're not gonna make it. Like so sometimes it is like the summit won't be good or the summit won't be like successful.
Okay.
Summit won't be, and then of course you won't make money.
Okay.
You won't make it sometimes is like, is there going to be enough to pay the mortgage? Is there going to be enough to whatever, XYZ? This kid needs contacts, this kid needs dental work, this bill needs to get paid. So there is a very constant refrain or repeat of there just won't be enough. So there's a lot there. I just gave
Yeah, there is a lot. Got a lot of thoughts about that. So one thing actually that struck me was you were talking about the summit and you're like, this is a tremendous amount of work. Can we just talk about that for a second?
Sure.
How true does that feel on a scale to 1 to 10? 10 being the most true.
It's like a 6.
Okay. Why is it a 6?
I have a lot of experience doing this now. So this is my maybe 5th rodeo. I have a lot of experience with like just the back end technology, talking to people. I know how to piece together conversations and highlight them so that people can engage. Like I know how to market a summit now in a very different way than before. So it's a 6 because there is physical time needed for me to sit here and record interviews. But it's also really fun It's also really thrilling. I feel the most alive when
Mm-hmm.
I do this stuff. So it's a 6 because there is like just a reality of hours, but
Yeah.
it's also like honestly probably my favorite thing to do. Like of all the things in my business, well, no, my very favorite thing to do in my business is coach people live in a group, like in group coaching. That is my favorite. But my second thing is like creating these really fun live experiences.
Yeah. Okay. So the word I want to read off this sentence and just tell me how you feel. This is a tremendous amount of work. How you feel?
Disgusted? Like it's like bleh, like
Yeah. Like dread, disgusted, like I don't want to do it.
a lot of dread. Yeah, a lot
How
of dread.
now everything that you just told me right before you told me where this original thought led you, which is to this dreadful place, which probably leads you to kind of like dragging your feet, all this stuff, right? Like I don't know what actions come from drag, if it's just like avoiding what you need to do. But now apply everything that you just told me. What's a more accurate way of describing this summit? So if we took the old sentence, this is a tremendous amount of work. What's a more accurate way? Are there any words that we need to remove from that sentence?
Tremendous is accurate. Like
Okay.
there are a lot of pieces to an online summit. So it's
Mhm.
not that's not inaccurate. But I suppose if pressed, the word work,
Mm,
because it is so much fun for me to do these interviews. Like I love them. And
yeah.
I love, yeah, so I love them. And if I'm being honest, at this point in my career, a lot of the work is happening with an incredible team. So it's not just me. Once upon a time, a lot of it was me. But now I am kind of like at the point where I'm directing things a little bit more.
Yeah. So
So
I kind of want to like flip this sentence around a little bit because I think it will be just as accurate, but I'm curious how this would feel. So let me present this new thought to you. This is a tremendous work.
or to be honest, this work is tremendous.
Yay!
Oh my gosh. Like that makes me like want to cry. Like this work is tremendous because here's the reality, Erin, is I still do the work, but
Yeah.
it's like, you know, like it's like I have to like drag myself sometimes. But this work is tremendous is true. Like that's the thing. It's like I do feel like it is such a gift that I get to do this.
Yeah.
That is like 100% true. This work is tremendous.
Mm. How do you feel?
How interesting, guys, is that? The removal of 3 words. It was, this is a tremendous amount of work, to this work is tremendous. This is the power of becoming a little bit more objective. And as Erin and I talked about in that interview, and as you heard all weekend, the power of inviting the Lord to make us strong when we are weak. So, my friends, I am so excited to bring to the Possibility Mom Business Summit someone who continues to help me put the Lord at the center of all the things. Someone who has journeyed with me like a tantruming toddler for, I'm pretty sure, close to 10 years as my spiritual director. He's the person I really should be paying a lot of royalties to because he creates a lot of content for me, because when I have spiritual direction with him on Fridays, it often informs my podcasts and so much content. People have been so excited to meet this person and put a face to the name. Father Damien in the house. Here we go. Father Damien, I'm so happy you're here. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
So, Father Damien, I am so excited for people to meet you. People were literally like, we get to meet Father Damien. So,
Well,
Father,
I'm not really anyone that
you are. So, I just,
as long as you meet Christ, right?
and that's the name of the game. That's why you're here. That's why you're here. So, can you just share with us very briefly a little bit about you, for anybody who might not know about you?
Well, I'm a priest from the Archdiocese of Toronto. I grew up in Scarborough. I was born in Guyana, came up with my family, my mom and dad and two sisters. We came up in the 1980s, so you can kind of tell how old I am. I was a licensed mechanic before, and then I had a conversion experience, and then entered in. These are snippets, and then entered into the seminary, and then became a priest in 2008, May 10th, 2008. That's the feast of Saint Damien of Molokai. For those of you that are in the States, because he's a saint in the States, right?
And I need to know the story because I actually don't know it. What was the conversion experience?
Oh, I guess because during spiritual direction, I'm listening to you.
It's all about me. It's all about during spiritual direction, Father Damien.
Yeah, I don't talk about myself during spiritual direction, so it's not like yeah, it's like I'll waste our hour just talking about me instead of so when I was a licensed mechanic, I used to go clubbing a lot. I used to go partying, clubbing, going out with my friends, had DJ friends, rapper friends, and stuff like that. And then when I was 24, my friends threw a birthday party for me at a club, and I was in the middle of the club, dancing with everyone, and I just felt like an empty feeling in my heart, like I didn't know what it was, and I thought maybe I drank too much, and but that feeling was there for like weeks. And then someone told me I should go to confession. So I went to confession for the first time after 10 years. So when I was 14 years old was the last time I went to confession. And then when I was 24, I went to confession. So this older lady gave me an examination of conscience. So I don't know if you know what that is. Basically, it goes through the 10 Commandments. And so I sat down and I reflected on my sins for the last 10 years, and I came up with 12 pages full of sins back to front. And then I booked an appointment with a priest to do confession. And as I went to the actual to the Scarborough Foreign Missions, there was a retired priest that sat down, and I began my confession. I pulled out these pieces of paper, and they were like, notebook paper, like regular school binder, three-hole punch binder paper. But I wrote really small because at the time, as a licensed mechanic, my parents gave me the entire basement of their house, and my mom, like, this is bad. My mom would still do my laundry, so she would come down and put my laundry on my bed, and I didn't want her to see what my sins were. So I wrote them really, really small so that she couldn't legibly read it. So went to confession, got to the fourth sin, and I started crying. And then I started realizing each sin, how it hurt God. And then when I was done, the priest absolved me of my sins. And I literally felt like a weight that came off of me, and like a tremendous amount of love that I never felt. And all throughout my adult life at that point, I was doing everything that everyone said would make you happy. I was a shop foreman, licensed mechanic. I was making money. I traveled, went to different places. I partied every single day every single night I partied. There was always a club to go to. I dated, I drove a sports car, nothing, but nothing. And there were times I'd walk with like $300-400 cash on me, and I'd just be paying for everyone. Rounds on me, just paying. And you think that would make you happy, but it doesn't. And then when I was absolved of my sins, that was like a peace that I couldn't find anywhere in the world. And then I thought to myself, well, I should be slowing down then. Maybe I should consider, getting married to a Catholic girl, maybe, settling down, taking my faith a little bit seriously. Although I never missed the Sunday Mass, and I was still an altar server all through the time. Like I go clubbing, and then I'd stay up all night partying and drinking, and then go straight to Mass, right? So I know firsthand that not everyone is holy when they're at Mass, right? And but I also know that God's grace has to work through that, right? So that if I hadn't been going, maybe I would have been even worse off than going. So, anyways, I went to a retreat because my best friend was in an accident, and so his parents convinced him to go on a singles encounter with Christ. So I don't know if you have that down in where you are or where anyone is, but there was like a singles encounter with Christ. And after that, I was still looking for, wife, my wife. So like I would literally sit next to someone, hey, how's it going? I'm Damien, here's my number, blah, blah, blah. And every time there was a break, people would, the organizers of this group, they would move my name somewhere else. It was like musical chairs. And I couldn't understand why until I found out that they were looking at me and I was just distracting people. So they were just moving me away from them, right?
Oh my gosh.
I had no idea it was a singles encounter with Christ. I thought singles encounter, because the only way my friend got me there was he said, well, there's single women. I'm like, okay, well, I want to settle down, so anyways, nothing happened there. Went to Life in the Spirit seminar. And then around the same time, so this is when I'm 24, around November, December, I had a dream that the world was coming to an end.
What?
I don't tell this part a lot because I discount it, because I don't jump to the conclusion that dreams are right away messages.
Okay.
Dreams can affirm other things, but the dream happened where the world's coming to an end, and basically the core of the earth is getting colder. This actually, there's a movie made of that. I think it's called The Core. The core of the earth is getting colder, and then all of a sudden there were people that lived on Earth and people that lived in the space stations. And I decided to live on Earth with the scientists, and the scientists were trying to regenerate the core of the Earth so that it doesn't freeze. And then they put nuclear bombs down there and stuff like that, and it was like so vivid. And we went to go celebrate because they did it, and they said, yeah, it's going to work because it started to heat up. And so as we were celebrating, we're watching a movie, and then at the end of the movie, there's a scene where there's a car that's driving really fast, and you see the road, but it's a car that's driving really fast, and it's going on the curves and around the hills. And then all of a sudden the screen goes black, and you see 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then you see a coffin with a silhouette, but you don't know, you can't make out, I couldn't make out the silhouette. Then then we came out of the movies, and the scientist said it's not working. It's going to get cold. You have less than 24 hours. We're all going to die on the Earth, right? So I got into my sports car, and with my friend, I started driving really fast. and just pushing it as fast as it can go. And then all of a sudden, you can see the car going fast, the road going fast. Then it went black. And then you can see 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and a casket. And as I looked in the casket, it was a Shroud of Turin. Now, keep in mind, I at that point in my life, I've never seen the Shroud of Turin in my life before. At that point, when I was 24, and I was, even though I went to mass every Sunday and I altar served every Sunday, I was not particularly religious to keep mind of feasts and all these different things. So, anyways, I see this. I'm looking, and then as I see the Shroud of Turin, I'm thrown back into time, and then it looks as though I'm walking and greeting people. Like, it looked like Jerusalem. It looked like Palestine area, Jerusalem area. I'm walking on the dirt road, and I'm greeting people. And as I turn around, and I'm continuing to walk forward, I'm walking right behind Jesus. And then I woke up, but there was such a peace that I was like, wow, it's so peaceful. And then about 3 or 4 weeks later, I woke up in the middle of the night. Like, there was a sharp tug that just tugged me. I woke up and I knew I had to quit my job. So I wrote my resignation and then the next day I went in and I resigned. I said, I think I'm called to be a priest.
So for you, it was that like lightning bolt. Like it was.
Yeah, it was so sudden, like a big pull. And then even when I was I'm a spiritual director, but I'm also a spiritual director to seminarians and to people discerning priesthood, religious life, or whatnot. And I was at one point, when I was the assistant vocation director of the Archdiocese of Toronto, I was also acting dean of students. So seminarians would come and ask me questions, and I would always tell them, unfortunately, everyone's vocation is different. They're called the way they're called, what they do. Like, so if you take a look at all the saints, all the priests, nuns, religious, or even married people, their vocations are all different. Similar stories, but they're really different. And what I said to them is, I really can't understand, because for me, even to be a priest for the Archdiocese of Toronto, it was somewhat even miraculous. So I prayed, like, as I'm telling these old ladies in the church, yeah, I think I'm called to be a priest. I think I'm called to be a priest. And they're like, oh, yay. Oh, Damien, what do you want to be? Do you want to be a Franciscan, a Dominican? And they're listing all these things. And this is how naive I was. I'm like, isn't it just order of the priest? Isn't it just one priest? I don't know what you mean by orders. What is religious orders? And then, so I went to the deacon, and he's like, just pray and ask God. So I'm like, okay. So I said, God, I said, yes, I jump. You tell me where to go. So at the time, like I said, I was living in the basement. My parents gave me the entire basement of the house. So I wanted a desk. So I never moved my desk downstairs. I was just lazy. So I had a desk that had like 6 drawers. So I had to remove the drawers, remove the top, I don't know what it's called, but where the bookshelves are. And then I would carry everything down separately. So as I'm removing the drawers, I'm throwing out all the garbage since I was in high school. So I had like pens that didn't even work, pieces of paper, maybe some were high school notes and stuff, phone numbers. I had magazines. I had like these turbo car magazines, because I also knew models, and they would sign it and stuff like that. And they would be on the book cover, and they would sign it, and they would give me the car magazines and stuff like that. So I'm throwing them all out, and I get to the last drawer, and because once again, keep in mind, I'm lazy, so I'm just pulling the whole drawer out, and I'm dumping it into a garbage bag, right? So I'm not even looking through. I'm just lazy. Just get it over with. I got to the bottom drawer. I pull it out, and I dump it. and there's something stuck in the back. I don't know what it is, so I'm trying to shake it. And I better go take a look. So I pull it out, and it's an application form for the Archdiocese of Toronto St. Augustine Seminary. And there's no one that knew how that got in there.
What?
My parents didn't know. I didn't know. And we bought that furniture brand new from when we moved there in 1989.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's so interesting.
So
No,
I asked God to show me where to go. And this application form for St. Augustine Seminary was in the last drawer at the very end, tucked in the back. So it wouldn't have been thrown out with everything else.
that is a fascinating story. So I'm so grateful that you are my spiritual director. And one of the things about you that I find very interesting, and that of course you've been helping me with for so long, is just my observation about you is like that drawer story. It's like, you just trust the Lord. My observation about you is like, you don't worry about anything. And that is what you are constantly encouraging me to be obedient to. And this is what I know people are really interested in exploring here on this conference: how to trust God when business is hard. And I want to invite everyone to put your questions for Father Damien in the chat. He will answer them live and in real time. But where I want to begin, Father Damien, is with this concept of who do you work for? Do you remember when you asked me that question?
Maybe. I mean,
One spiritual direction session, maybe about a year ago.
to be honest, okay, when we do spiritual direction, it's the Holy Spirit that I honestly forget like what we spoke.
Well, let me remind you, because it was so funny, because I'm so stressed. I was like, oh my gosh, money and this isn't working, yada, yada, yada. And you said to me, who do you work for? And I remember I responded, I was like, I work for myself, Father Damien. Haven't you been listening to me? I remember I was really bratty. I was like, haven't you been listening? Don't you know what I do? I work for myself. And you were like, who do you work for? You must have asked me that question like 6 times. Who do you work for? And then you answered, you work for God, and He will provide whatever you need. So for a mom who is listening, who has similar drama to me, I'm so worried about where money will come from. I'm so worried about doing the things set out before me. It's too hard. I've got too many kids. There's way too many things. Like, what advice would you give them when they just feel like business is way too hard?
Well, I know this. Like, I cannot say I know what you're going through, but I know this for a fact that if you stop and you look back in your life, you will see there was times in your life when there's struggles, and times in your life, and you somehow made it through, right? I think oftentimes what we forget is how God is working in our lives, and we don't clear that. There was a study about parents that show unconditional love to their children versus parents that don't, right? And when it's reinforced over and over, as the child grows in the psychology, like the child grows and feels like, yeah, I'm confident because I know my parents love me. I know there's unconditional love. I know this is going to happen. So where that falters is when we don't feel that, right? And we're in original sin, so we're broken. Like even if we're washed away from the stain of original sin, we still have the effects. So what happens is we forget very quickly how God has worked in our lives. And some people might have a St. Paul experience where it's instantaneous, and other people, they might not. So basically my suggestion would be is this, that you have to take time. I know, because you're saying, wow, there's so much time already that I spend in my day. I have to wake up in the morning, get the kids ready, do all these things, do my work, do all this stuff, clean the home. There's so much. But there are times when you can take breaks, little breaks, and reflect. And honestly, I don't want to be disgusting or anything, but if you're in the washroom and you have a moment to yourself, reflect on the day. Right? No one says that you cannot do 2 things at once. I mean, I don't understand how people say, well, I can't do that. I feel like Well, no, because every moment of your life is meant for God. So including anything, right? So you're taking a shower, think about, okay, how was my day? How was my day yesterday? And how was God working in my life? Because the more experiences we can fill our memory with, then we begin to actually have that, oh wow, yeah, like God has never let me down, so why should I even worry about that? And case in point, yesterday I had a finance council meeting of our parish, and as you know, I know everyone around the world is feeling inflation, feeling the depression that's going on. Well, they call it recession, but I think it's worse than that. And expenses are going up. So for us in Canada, we had probably one of the worst lockdowns in around the world, right? So the churches were like, for like 6 to something months, were closed. No one can come in. And then we had limited amount of people that can come in, like 10 people can come into the church to pray at a time. And then we had a limited amount. Okay, only 25% could come in. And so our collections for the last 2 years dropped significantly, dropped to the point of like, at one point, I think it was less than 25%.
Oh, wow.
And this is like parishes across the board, across the Archdiocese of Toronto. And I remember everyone's like, oh, well, we got to do this, we got to do that. So yesterday, so now things are picking up. Now we've gotten up to like 50% of what we used to get on our collection. And I'm like, yeah, that's okay. And the council members, which are obviously they're business people, accountants, and all these things, and even though they go to mass, and even though they are faithful people, they still have that. Because they still have that, okay, well, we're in the real world and this is what's happening. And when you speak logically, it's true. So if you think about, we're running a deficit, so we did a budget, and I'm like, oh yeah, so this year we're going to be minus $20,000 deficit. And last year we were like that. Oh, sorry, minus $27,000 deficit. Last year was minus 20. The other year was minus something. We're running in deficits, right? And they're all like, okay, we gotta find ways of making money. We gotta do Father, you have to start telling people when you're doing baptisms and weddings and funerals, they have to pay money, they have to do this. I'm like, no, you know what? Every sacrament is free, right? It's given to us free. We give it freely. We say suggested donation. If they can't afford anything, I said, it's just like when people come to mass, I don't say you have to give 1/10, you have to tithe 10% of what you earn, like other Christian denominations, they do, because it's what you can afford. And if you can't afford it, it's okay, because God's grace is there regardless whether you pay money or not. It doesn't matter. It's supposed to be freely given. And so the point I made to them was this. I said, for the last 2-3 years, when everyone was saying we're going to lose money and stuff like that, so our bank account, I won't tell you how much is in our bank account, right? But even my secretary was getting worried. She's the bookkeeper secretary. She's like, I don't know how we're going to survive. We have all these expenses and we have all these things. Maybe I'll cut hours. I'm like, no, don't cut hours. Don't do this. We'll keep up with the bare minimum. We'll do all the sacraments. We'll do all these different things. Don't worry. Don't worry. And every month we are running in a deficit. We are. Even our finances show that we're in a minus $20-something thousand deficit every year. However, our account is always around the same amount. It hasn't moved. I'm like, how is that possible? We're getting less than half the amount in and more taken out. Logically, after about a few months, you can expect that we'll end up close to like $0, right? And then borrowing from the diocese, but it doesn't happen. And I keep on saying, like I said to the finance committee, I said, listen, this is God's church, not ours. If it's going to survive, it will survive. God will make it work, right? St. Monica's has been here for over 100 years. It's been part of Yonge and Eglinton since 1906. if it's going to shut down, God's permissive will is letting it shut down. So what can we do? If you want to fight against God, you're going to lose every single time.
Keyword, don't worry. Okay, but
Yeah.
I this is probably just very vulnerably like what I bring constantly to you in spiritual direction.
Thank you, Facebook user. Today it's a feast of St. Monica's.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So the thing that I bring to you constantly is like, okay, God's permissive will, don't fight it. I always want to fight it, like constantly. I constantly want to control a situation and fight it. And I think that this is a very common thing for an entrepreneur listening, that they just want to control it and they want to fight that this is the reality, this like not accepting reality. And a thing that you constantly remind me of is what you just said earlier. So, what evidence can you give yourself? Can you constantly remind yourself and recall? We do this in the Mass. We do this in so many things in our Catholic practice where we're constantly recalling the countless blessings and endless mercies that the Lord provides.
Thank you, Facebook user.
You're so funny.
Well, I'm on Twitch, so I know how to read the thing at the same time.
He's on Twitch. Makes me like you're just so fun to watch on Twitch DJing. But what do we do when you're like a toddler and you're throwing it down and you're like, Lord, no, I don't want to accept this is what happened. Lord, no, I want my business to work. What's your best advice for those moments? Like that moment of cortisol, that moment of like the same way that a 3-year-old just like throws it down and is like, no. When a mom who is grown in her 30s, like me, is throwing it down with the Lord, what can we do in that exact moment?
Well, I guess you're not supposed to answer a question with a question, but I'll ask you a question anyways. As a mother, what do you do for your children when they're throwing a tantrum? And like logically, they're not going to listen to you. There's no reason. So the reality is you have to be with yourself just like how you are with your children. There's nothing you can do at that moment, in the moment. It's only after the fact, right? And that's why we recollect. That's why we think. And then that's why at the end of the day, we do examines, the examine, and then we examine our lives and see where we failed. And we say sorry to God for that, where we can do better. And we make what is it called? We do a resolution for the next day, like what we will try to do. Oh, I acted this bad. I shouldn't have been like that. Okay, I'm going to try my best tomorrow, right? You can't, in the moment, honestly, you can't do anything. Like your passion is overtaken. You have to understand our broken human nature and concupiscence. So once your passion is taken over, it's like hard to stop. It's like literally like trying to stop a speeding train. It's like impossible. So only with God's grace. But by that time, you see, it's too late. Because for us, we only begin to start to think after the fact. We're like, oh, shoot, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have done that. And that's why God is more patient than we are. That's why God is more forgiving than we are. That he knows, like, that's why we have the sacrament of reconciliation. When people ask, like, why do I have to go to a priest? And I say, listen, Jesus is the one that instituted the sacrament. He is the one that said, whatever sins you forgive are forgiven. Whatever sins you bind are bound. And the reason for that is because he knows we'll fall. We're not perfect, right? We're striving for holiness, but even holiness doesn't mean perfection, right? And we're striving for holiness, but we're not perfect.
Yeah.
And that once we understand that, we understand God's unconditional love. It makes it easier for us to then turn back and say, okay, I'm sorry. And then let me change. Let me make a resolution for tomorrow. Let me set it in. And then if you fail again, get back up and do it again. You know how many times you can constantly do it. And then eventually one day you will do it with God's grace.
And that's the key message there, with God's grace. And I really want to highlight something that you shared with me. I'm very choleric in my nature. I love me a good, like, give me something like a list, give me the framework, give me the rule book, and I'm going to follow it, and I am going to excel at it. Like I just get very, and I remember one time in spiritual direction talking to you about this sort of like graspy need for control. I mean, I'm always talking to you about control, but this graspy need for control, even over my own pursuit of holiness. And you told me something that I'll never forget. And I'm just so grateful for it. You were like, I can't give you the checklist, but I will give you one thing that you can use as a sort of navigation point to know if you're kind of like on track or not. And you said to me, may you always want to run to confession. And that concept of like running, like you want to run to confession. Tell us more about why that is a helpful sort of barometer or guide, if you will, in our lives.
Well, for one thing, it keeps us humble to know that we are not God, and we can't control when we have some degree of sin, controlling of our sins, but in another way, we only grow in holiness through God's grace, not ourselves. So we ourselves cannot attain holiness. So a lot of people think they can attain holiness by doing certain things, prayers, read a lot of spiritual books and copy what the other saint is doing, but that doesn't lead you to holiness, right? Holiness is a grace that's given. It's God that does that, and I know I see Facebook user says, man, I'm a toddler. Basically every day I'm like, no, I don't want to, but it's okay. You know why? Because it's okay to be a toddler. God still loves, when your toddler does that, you still love him, right? So that's the point, is to always go back to God's love. Even when you're acting up like a toddler, God still loves you. And one day you will grow. Toddlers grow. They grow up. At one point you were like that to your parents, and now you're older, and now I hope you act different, right? So yeah. And yeah, so basically going to confession and striving to go to confession reminds us of our frailty and that we can't do things on our own, right? And that's the thing, because in our lives we have been trained. So if you've started from elementary school all the way to university in the Western world, we've been trained to be deep independent. So you can't be hard on yourself when now you're trying to untrain yourself, because that's not Christianity. We are dependent creatures on God, not independent, right? So in Christianity, that's a foreign concept, to be independent. In fact, don't want to scare anyone here, but there is someone that wanted to be independent, right? And he turned away from God, right? So, I mean, the dependency for us, and even when he thinks he's independent, when Satan thinks he's independent, he's not. His life is being held into existence by God. His existence is totally dependent on God's love. And so that's the whole thing, is for us to untrain 20, 30, 40 years of training. And as I don't know if you know, but it's hard. It's hard to do that. Not easy. It's not overnight. So we have to when we're going to confession over and over, we're constantly reminding ourselves that we need God, and without God we can't be anything or do anything.
Carla asked a question here in the chat. When things go wrong in business, how do we know it's just a bump in the road, or if it's God telling us to stop?
Well, to be honest, you won't know until after. Like literally, if things are going bad in business, I would say just continue doing it. And if it fails, then it fails, and start something else. And then you might say, well, then I've lost everything. Well, you haven't lost your life. You haven't lost your family and loved ones. The whole point is, for us, it's hard to say at the moment, because for us, we look at things, like try to look at things tangibly, and as human beings, we see things like, okay, I don't know if you've ever heard, there was a televangelist that was speaking, and he was talking about how if God blesses you, you will be blessed with money and with riches and wealth. But the story of Lazarus, Lazarus and the rich man, is a story that Jesus tells, a parable. And sometimes this life, we're not meant to have everything, or our business is meant to fail, but so that you grow in holiness. And that's more important to God than the wealth. I know for us as human beings, we want the security. We want the financial security. We want the wealth. We want the big house. We want the car. We want this. We want that. But for God, he's looking at the big picture, not the smaller picture. Our life here on earth compared to eternity is just a speck. So a moment of happiness here is not worth losing heaven and being a saint. And for God, he knows that, and he created us. So everything you go through, even the hardship, how do you know that is it a bump in the road or not? Even if it's a little bump, that bump was there to help you grow and learn about yourself, to grow in holiness. It's so people might, for us as human beings, we have that tendency to say, well, I'm blessed because I have so many things, but that doesn't mean you're blessed, especially if you're moving away from holiness.
It's the most freeing thing you've ever given me, and the most frustrating thing you've ever given me is understanding that concept, that truly real success in business. This is something that Father Nathan Cromley, another priest that I've featured on this summit, he shared in an interview yesterday. Real success is holiness, and holiness is that utter dependence on Jesus Christ. And really, if I were to boil down what you constantly remind me of in spiritual direction, it's how do you develop that habit of trust? And what you tell me constantly is to constantly recall, just constant recollection, because we are human, and we are just going to, by the nature of being human, succumb, I guess, to our will. Like if we're not choosing the right thought, or the thought that is going to lead us closer to Jesus, we're just, of course, going to succumb to that will. And when it's habitual, like for me, needing control and all those kinds of things, it can be very difficult to break, but very possible when we know that it's our holiness that is what is happening. Is there anything else, Father Damien, that you have not already had a chance to share today that you want to share with us?
Not unless you have questions. I don't know, really. I'm open to questions. I'm open to, I guess that's in a nutshell. That's everything you need to know, really. I think that's basically what I say for our spiritual direction all the time, right? So.
I could literally, it's like infuriating. I could literally just be like, press play. This is what Father Damien's going to say to you again, Lisa. But I do want to invite you, if you don't mind. There was a prayer that you shared with me in our last spiritual direction that you shared with me, and I think would be so beneficial to people. And you shared with me that you read this every day when you were in the seminary. Can you tell us a little bit about this prayer?
Yeah, so this prayer is called Perfect Confidence. My spiritual director in the seminary, Father Charles Anang, he gave it to his whole spiritual group, and he was telling us, we should always pray for this. People pray for many things. They pray for holiness. They pray for fervent and to be chaste, to live out all this stuff. But he had boiled down that this is the most important prayer to pray, and it's a confidence in hope of perfect hope, perfect confidence in God, right? And then that way everything else will fall suit, right? So you don't have to worry for one particular small little thing, because with this confidence in God, then you also know that, because as a priest, we can try many things will fail, right? It's not like we're perfect too. So you can go to a parish, it'll fail. You can start up a program. It will fail. It could fail, right? And to know that, Padre Pio, even his hospitals failed, his hospital failed, but he's a saint. But that's not what made him a saint, right? The failure might have, right? So not the success of the actual hospital itself running. But so this is a prayer he gave us, and then I was very faithful to it every single day in the seminary praying it. And when you say something every single day, then it just becomes ingrained, right? Habit. We talk about forming habits, right? So I guess I'll share this prayer with you. And if you bow your heads, we can pray this prayer together. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. My God, I believe most firmly that you watch over all who hope in you, and that what we want for nothing, and that we can want for nothing when we rely upon you in all things. Therefore, I am resolved for the future to have no anxieties and to cast all my cares upon you. In peace in the self-same, I will sleep and I will rest. For you, O Lord, singularly have settled me in hope. Men may deprive me of worldly goods and of honors. Sickness may take from me my strength and the means of serving you. I may even lose your grace by sin, but my trust shall never leave me. I will preserve it till the last moment of my life, and the powers of hell shall seek in vain to wrest it from me. In peace in the self-same, I will sleep and I will rest. Let others seek happiness in their wealth, in their talents. Let them trust in the purity of their lives, the severity of their mortifications, in the number of their good works, the fervor of their prayers. As for me, O my God, in my very confidence lies all my hope. For you, O Lord, singularly have settled me in hope. This confidence can never be in vain. No one has hoped in the Lord and has been confounded. I am assured, therefore, of my eternal happiness, for I firmly hope in it, and all my hope is in you. In you, O Lord, have I hoped. Let me never be confounded. I know but too well that I am frail and changeable. I know the power of temptation against the strongest virtue. I've seen Satan fall from heaven, and the pillars of firmament totter. But these things alarm me not. While I hope in you, I am sheltered from all misfortune. And I am sure that my trust shall endure, for I rely upon you to sustain this unfailing hope. Finally, I know that my confidence cannot exceed your bounty, and that I shall never receive less than I have hoped for in you. Therefore, I hope that you will sustain me against my evil inclinations, that you will protect me against the most furious assaults of the evil one, and that you will cause my weakness to triumph over my most powerful enemies. I hope that you will never cease to love me, and that I shall love you unceasingly. In you, O Lord, have I hoped. Let me never be confounded. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. And this is actually from St. Claude La Colombière. And basically, the hope isn't just about God's hope, but the hope of us. Not, I know in there it says like hope, where is it? That for his confidence, it cannot exceed your bounty. Like people think of it as monetary things, but no, it's really about the hope for us to grow in holiness and get to heaven. That God will not fail us.
Hope never fails. Father Damien, thank you so much. I am so grateful for you in my life. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a constant presence, and just for you just saying yes to your priesthood and for directing toddlers like me. Thank you, Father Damien.
You're welcome.
Have a great day. Thank you. Happy feast day of St. Monica. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I want to invite us to continue in a just a posture of prayer. One of my desires for this summit particularly was to have it feel a little bit like a business conference where you are going to business school and you're learning practical things. But really what has become just so so like pressed on my heart is that real success in business is holiness. And that holiness is that absolute surrender and a hope that never, ever fails. So I want to invite to the Possibility Mom Business Summit the beautiful dynamic duo, Kathleen and Jesse Leblanc. They are going to lead us in some praise. And I want to just invite you to continue to ask the Lord for this hope that never fails. Kathleen and Jesse, over to you.
I invite you to enter into that time of prayer that Father led us in, that beautiful prayer of hope and trust. And call to mind whatever is on your heart, whatever fears, insecurities, whatever things you're holding back from the Lord, to just open your hands, to let him have everything. We praise you, Jesus, for this day, for this opportunity to serve you, to be with all of these women who want to serve you and to serve your people. We open our hearts to you. We open our hands, our lives, our plans, our dreams, our businesses. We lay them all at your feet. Come, Holy Spirit. I invite you to sing with us from wherever you are. Doesn't matter who can hear you. The Lord is listening, and he wants to hear your praise, your vulnerability. Come, Holy Spirit.
Come, Holy Spirit. And here I am, Lord. Is it I, Lord? I have heard you calling in the night, and I will go, Lord, if you lead me, and I will hold your people in my heart. Here I am, Lord. And here I am, Lord. Is it I, Lord? I have heard you calling in the night, and I will go, Lord, if you lead me, and I will hold your people in my heart. Here I am, Lord. Here I am, Lord. Is it I, Lord? And I have heard you calling in the night, and I will go, Lord, if you lead me, and I will hold your people in my heart. Here I am, Lord, from the depths of your heart. And here I am, Lord. Is it I, Lord? And I have heard you if you lead me, and I will hold your people in my heart. I will hold your people, and I will hold your people in my heart.
Lord, we will go wherever you lead us. Help us to really believe that and to really follow that truth, that we will go wherever you lead. That our businesses are not about us, they are about you and your people that you're calling us to serve. And you know best their hearts and what they need. So we want to be able to do your will because you know what your people need, how they can grow closer to you, how they can live an abundant life, and how we can best serve them. We give it all over to you, Lord. We trust you. We hope in you.
Jesus, we trust in you.
I invite you to pray with us the song, giving the Lord your entire heart, all your fears, all your worries, all the things you cling to. Just give it all over to him. He's a good father and he is trustworthy with these plans and dreams. He's so trustworthy. He will take care of our desires, the worries on our hearts, the things that we want to make sure are okay, that our families are okay, that all of our worries, Lord, you take care of everything. Nothing goes unseen by you. We don't have to worry when we give it all to you. My heart is yours completely. My heart is yours completely. My heart is yours totally. My heart is yours totally. My heart is yours completely. Give it to him. My heart is yours totally. Whoa, whoa, you can have my heart. You can have my heart. Whoa, whoa, you can have my heart. You can have my heart. My heart is yours completely. My heart is yours completely. My heart is yours totally and completely. My heart is yours completely and totally. My heart is yours totally. Whoa, whoa, you can have my heart. You can have my heart, yes you can, Lord. Whoa, whoa, you can have my heart. You can have my heart if you want my heart. If you want my heart, you've got it, you've got it. If you want my heart, you've got it, you've got it. If you want my heart, you've got it, you've got it. If you want my heart, you've got it. Lord, we give these things to you. You want our heart, you want our businesses, you want our dreams, you know what they are, but you just need us to give them to you so that you can do your amazing will with them. We give them to you, Lord, every detail. As we sing this, I want you to really mean it, to give the Lord your plans, your dreams, your business, and to ask for the grace to want that more, to want to give it to him, because it's hard, but he is trustworthy. He is good. We'll sing, if you want my plans, you got them. If you want my plans, you've got it. you've got it. If you want my plans, you've got it. You've got it. And if you want my plans, you've got it. You've got it. If you want my plans, you've got it. If you want my dreams, if you want my dreams, you've got it. You've got it. If you want my dreams, you've got it. You've got it. My heart. And if you want my heart, you've got it. You've got it. And if you want my heart, you've got it. You've got it. Whoa. Whoa. You can have my heart. You can have my heart. That's what you want most of all, Lord. Whoa. Whoa. You can have my heart. You can have my heart. My heart is yours completely. It's all for you. My heart is yours totally. That's what you want above all. My heart is yours completely. My heart is yours totally. And give it to you, God. It's all about you.
Dear God, we thank you for all that you've done so far in our lives, so far in our businesses. And God, this is only the start. We know you have so much more for us. You have plans for good. A plan of hope for us. And we praise you for all that you've done, but also all that you've yet to do through us and in us.
We praise you, God. Oh God, beyond all praising, we worship you today and sing of love amazing that songs cannot repay. For we can only wonder at every gift you send, at blessings without number and mercies without end. We lift our hearts before you and wait upon your word. We honor and adore you, our great and mighty Lord. Then hear, O gracious Savior, accept the love we bring, that we who know your favor may serve you as our King. And whether our tomorrows be filled with good or ill, we'll triumph through our sorrows and rise to bless you still, to marvel at your beauty and glory in your ways, and to make a joyful duty our sacrifice of praise.
Holy Spirit, we invite you to act within us. We pray, Lord, that you would Make us docile to your Spirit, that you would show us the way, that you would give us the grace, the confidence, the boldness to act. Mother Mary, we ask that you would wrap us all in your mantle as we pray. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. In the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Thank you. Jesse and Kathleen Leblanc. I'm just going to be a recovering pool of tears over here. Now, I want to pause because it's super fun that we have Jesse on, because Kathleen has been featured on this summit several times. Kathleen is a longtime coaching client. And I've asked Kathleen a bunch of questions about her life. Jesse, I want to ask you what it's been like to witness your wife transform in the last few years. And before you answer that question, I'll give you a moment to think about it. Kathleen and Jesse, with their sweet little third child in tow, oh my gosh, sweetest little newborn strapped to you, run multiple things. We Are Found Together, the music that you just heard, is their music ministry. And they also run something called the Catholic Date Night, where they facilitate these beautiful experiences for couples to have a date night in the comfort of their own home and have fellowship with other Catholic couples. Super fun. Some of the comments that came in. Naden, so blessed to see a couple supporting each other. Some moms use their kids as an excuse why they can't do something, but this couple is a good example. That if you really want to serve God and put trust in God, he will make a way. So many people are just blessed. You know, Anna, so beautiful. Thank you for this. I love this simple song of prayer. Thank you for your songs and voices. This is so beautiful, attracting me back to Catholicism. Anna, welcome home. Welcome home. Before you answer that question, Jesse, you've now had a long time to think about how you're.
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Kathleen, what line in that song? Because you and I are honestly, coaching you is so much fun because you're kind of like so similarly wired to me. So I'm curious. What line in that song? I give you my plans. I give you my dreams. What was the hardest line for you to sing?
Probably the I'm gonna cry as I say that. Dreams, because sometimes we think they're silly, or it's funny that we have a hard time being vulnerable with the Lord, who knows our dreams anyway, and what we long for, and like the exciting things that we think could be amazing if they happen, but we're like, but it's okay if it doesn't, but to have that vulnerability to say, I believe you can do this, Lord, if you want it, to have the detachment to say, like, I trust your will in the end, but I completely believe that you could do this if this was your will. It's a hard, vulnerable prayer to pray, but praying it today, and as we pray it together as a couple with our business and our ministry, it's a good prayer to pray to have that trust.
Jesse, how have you seen your wife Kathleen transform in the last couple of years?
Good question, Lisa. I think she's just been becoming more and more who she is already. Like, I think that she's always had a heart and a mind and drive to just share the gospel with everyone. Like, I saw that really come alive in British Columbia before we moved here in youth ministry, and then again here when she moved and became the campus ministry at Canadian Martyrs in McMaster. And then we had some kids, and she's just the best mom, and she's really stepped into that role and given herself fully for the kids, and for me as well. And it's been beautiful. You are the best. But as I'm sure a lot of you moms can probably attest to, it's such a difference going from where your life goes from being about others and about bringing them to Christ and sharing your faith, and it becomes something totally different. Like you're with your kids all the time, you're raising them, you're trying to lead them to Christ essentially. But it's such a difference in how that looks, and it can be mind numbing sometimes. And Kathleen's she's always been yeah, one to really go for it, even in her studies. And like, I think she should get a master's. I really do. But you know, time and whatever. But yeah, so going from being fully involved and then to being a mom, and just finding that, you know, it's really hard to keep up with everything, and to preach the gospel. And I think that she kind of didn't realize the extent of what she could do with kids around. And I think, Lisa, that's where you came in, is that you helped her to kind of reconnect with that part of herself, that drive and that dedication to sharing the faith, not just with the kids and with me and the family, but it really opened up a door to say, no, you can still be pivotal in people's journeys. You can still share the faith with others, not just the family. And gave her the tools in which to do it. And you gave her the confidence that she needed to be able to kind of step into that. And she's doing both, and she's super tired, and but she's herself. Like, you helped to give her back her confidence and her passion. So Lisa, that's a big testament to you and kind of what you've been doing through the women's school. And yeah, so I don't know if it's so much a transformation as just kind of, yeah, giving her permission to be herself within the confines of marriage and family.
And make some money at the same time. I love what you are doing in the Catholic Date Night. I want to encourage everybody to go and give them a visit. Go listen to their music. If you like this music and want more of it in this kind of intimate setting from the comfort of your home, go and join the Catholic Date Night, where you can have this incredible, lovely in your home experience. Get this just like time of praise and renewal. I'm so grateful for both of you. Kathleen, thank you for doing this with a newborn strapped to you. And Jesse, thank you for supporting your wife in making all of these bold moves. It's just, oh gosh, you guys are just the cutest. Alrighty, everybody, go check out Jesse and Kathleen. I love you guys so much. Okay. Oh my gosh, I need to recover. That was just, so when I asked Kathleen that question, what line was the hardest to sing? I'm going to tell you mine, because I was back here praising the Lord and like my voice cracking. I give you my plans. Even just saying it out loud is very difficult for me. I do not want to give the Lord my plans. And it's because I am scared that he might have other plans. And I think that my plans are better. And it's funny because, you know, I'm 38 years old, been doing business for a really long time, and have had many of these times of realization about, you know, that the Lord's plans are better than my own. I never thought I'd be a mom of 9. I didn't know, I had no concept of what was possible in motherhood. I was like, how can you have that many children? I honestly just, but the Lord showed me very slowly over the years. He showed it to me actually pretty quickly, but meaning it took me a long time to get to that place that of possibility and acceptance of what is possible in motherhood. I had a very narrow definition of success. But it's still really hard for me to give the Lord my plans, because there is a line in the novena of surrender. I want to invite everybody, the surrender novena. If I'm not mistaken, it's put on by the there's a beautiful one by the Sisters of Life. I'm pretty sure I'm talking about the right one. And there's a line in that novena that says, Lord, deliver me from, or surrender me from, that trusting you. It might be the litany of trust. I'm sorry, I might be confusing it. I'm clearly very emotional right now. But there's this line that says, deliver me from the fear that trusting you will lead me to be more destitute. And that's what's hard for me, just very vulnerably, just sharing in business. That's what I find difficult, is surrendering my plans. But here is what I know to be true because this is just what the Lord has been clanging gong with me about. The clanging gong in my life currently is, Lisa, you can trust me. I must have asked at least half of the speakers on this summit, what does trust look like for you in practice? And everybody has given me different answers, and they're honestly just like slight variations. Kathleen, actually, I asked her that question and she said peace. I asked Claire Dwyer that question. She had something similar to say to that, just like a peace, a surrender. And the thing that the visual that I keep coming back to that I think is interesting that the Lord allowed me to have is Colleen, my 2-year-old, pushing my double stroller, which she could not see beyond because she's so short. The stroller is so big, and yet it was so heavy. And she just kept pushing it. And that for me is what trust in the Lord is that you just keep pushing. And I don't mean push in a hustle kind of way, like not like hustle, just keep pushing through. So push through your exhaustion, push through whatever. No, that's not what I'm saying. Hear me loud and clear. But you just move forward. You just keep moving forward, even when you are unsure of the outcome or you are afraid that following the will of God in your life is going to lead you to a more destitute place. I think one of the reasons why I am very grateful for my mindset coaching training is that in the past, I would feel trapped by a thought like this. So the thought of that the Lord may have a different plan for your life. In the past, I would have been paralyzed by it because I would have been like, no, thank you. No, I'm just not going to do it. There's no willingness in me to follow you, Lord. There's a line in Father Nathan's interview where he says, too often we're like dragging God into our plans when we should really be following his. And that is me to a T. And in the past, I would have felt trapped by that thought. And so then I would have just gone to very, very safe places. But in learning coaching, what I've come to know as true is that this is simply the better option. It is simply the better option to trust God's will for your life and to follow him, because he is relentless. And I mean that in a positive way. He will guide you. He will steer that heavy bugaboo donkey stroller. He will steer you, but we have to be willing to continue to push even when it feels insurmountable. On this summit, we have talked tremendously about what it looks like to trust the Lord. And I want to invite you right now to invade the comments. Let us disrupt all the places today with messages of hope on how you can trust the Lord even when his plans don't make sense, and even when you are afraid that trusting him will make you more destitute. I want to invite you to just put into the chat whatever sentiment you want, whatever feeling you have gotten from this morning, from the interviews, whatever sentiment the Lord seems to be, just like pressing into your heart right now. Let's invade the comments. Let's disrupt people's feeds today with a message of hope, with a message of trust, and that Holiness is the real success. If you want to just write that, even the real success in business is holiness. Write that in the chat. Share this out. Let's disrupt what business can look like. Let's just come up with a completely different definition of striving and hustling and killing it, quote unquote, in business. Let's disrupt and turn that on its head. And I want to invite you, if you have enjoyed this summit, if you are intrigued by this idea that holiness is the real success in business, and if you are intrigued or curious about what it might be like to have a flawed coach as your coach, I want to make an invitation for you to join me inside Wealth Without Guilt. Wealth Without Guilt is my signature group coaching experience where you learn both the skill set and the mindset, where you learn both the tactical strategies that are necessary to create a business, and where you will be surrounded by like-minded Catholic women who want this, who want holiness, and who want impact, and who understand that those two do not have to be mutually exclusive. So what I thought might be fun is to just peel back the curtain on what it looks like when you join me in Wealth Without Guilt. And what I'm going to do is share my screen with you and just give you a little taste of the back end of Wealth Without Guilt. Wealth Without Guilt is a unique combination of training and live mindset coaching with a Catholic anthropology. So, first thing is, you get a beautiful Facebook group where you can be connected with other Catholic mamas. There are some non-mamas. There's also some non-Catholics in there. But what we all have in common is that we want to put Jesus Christ at the center of our lives, of our businesses, and that we understand this concept that real success is holiness. We meet every Monday at 2 p.m. East for group coaching, and those group coaching calls are recorded. And what people tell me is that the group coaching often is like you're being coached, even if you're not being coached live, because oftentimes what happens is that someone else is being coached on something either very similar to you or the exact same thing. And so I want to show you, literally, I have been doing this for almost a year. So as you can see, there are like on and on and on and on and on. There will be very soon, almost 52 weeks of coaching with some beautiful mamas. We come together as a group. There are babies on our laps. I'm often nursing somebody. And just to give you a I'm nursing somebody. I'm nursing my infant, not somebody. There's not multiple people I'm nursing. And I just want to give you a taste of some of the topics that I coached live in, the exact same way that you saw me coach Mara, Sheila, and Anna. I coach women in topics like belief in self and customers, time and belief in your own product, not caring what others think, like I coached Mara in today, creating a professional coach and a brand, authenticity in time, a truly unique business, providing solutions for audience, like honestly, on and on and on and on. It is an incredible, beautiful group of women, and all of the coaching call replays are recorded. So even if you are somewhere in the world like the Philippines and 2 p.m. Eastern is 2 a.m. your time, you have the ability to listen to these calls, and it is honestly like you are getting coached. Like I said, I coach about 3 to 4 people each call. So if you do that math, 4 times, let's just make it 50 calls, like I'm almost at a year. So 4 times 50, that's 200 topics. That's 200 sessions. That's 200 situations that I have coached somebody in uniquely. The next thing you get is my business buffet. The business buffet is the essentials that I shared a little bit about this morning. The brain, understanding your customer's problem, free life-changing content, your funnel, engagement with a new email list, and with a new audience in your email list, and trust for the final sale. And that is a multi-course or multi-video course with worksheets and video training, all in the business buffet. You also get coaching on time. So you get Conquer Your Calendar, which is my signature group coaching, or excuse me, my signature time management program, where I help you to take your priorities, schedule your priorities first in your business, and then work your business, your life, schedule those priorities first in your life, and then work your business around your priorities. There is, let me see if it's here. I'm actually going to pull up another resource that I have for my people. Maybe it's a little bit, anyway. I have this really cool resource that I share with people where I outline the activities. It's one of the things in the VIP, but my Wealth Without Guilt people get it too. And I'm actually going to just take a moment to find that for you, because it's really worth sharing. Because when people come to me and talk with me about the fact that they're really worried about how they will make time for their business, I really like to help people understand that you can build a business in the margins of your motherhood. It is entirely possible. Hear me again. It is entirely possible for you to build a business in the margins of your motherhood. What does that mean? It means that if you are a homeschooling mom, I believe you can build a business. It means that if you are working full-time somewhere else and you want to fit this in to your full-time work as well as your mothering vocation, you can do that. It requires strategy. So I want to share with you this resource because I think it is really helpful. Let me just stop sharing this and share with you another screen. What I've created, and again, you get this inside of the bonus VIP for this experience, but my Wealth Without Guilt people also have access to this, because Wealth Without Guilt is really where I make basically everything available. It's so fun. So I have this worksheet available on how to design your ideal lifestyle work hours. So for example, for a lot of my moms, they are working before the kids get up. They have a morning block, they might have an afternoon block, and then they are working in the evening, because the majority of my people in Wealth Without Guilt are building their business in the margins of their motherhood. And what I have given you here is literally lists. Do you see this? Lists of activities for each of the letters in the acronym Business Buffet. And what I encourage you to do then with this list of activities is then slot it into a calendar. So for example, if you know that you are going to be working before the kids get up, you can actually schedule into your calendar that specific activity. Okay. The next piece of content that you get when you join me inside of Wealth Without Guilt is, hang on, it's very exciting. I'm going to leave you in suspense. Your next piece of content that you join me that you get when you join me in Wealth Without Guilt is, here we go, a Conquer Your Finances. I have teamed up with Virginia Braun, who is on this summit, with some resources for how to conquer your finances, even if you are the most financially illiterate. You will find success because you will understand the basics of how to track your money, and we want you to develop these things from the beginning. We want you to develop these things from the beginning. The next resource, let's come over here and go. This one's a nice little thing to navigate. The next resource you get is Conquer Your Tech. So I literally have instructions for how to build things in a platform called Kartra. People spend thousands of dollars for these videos where we give you these step-by-step instructions on how to create landing pages, how to create sales pages. I have resources that literally where I'm showing you my screen and we are working one step at a time. You get Conquer Your Copy, which is how to write emails, how to tell your compelling story. And I teach you how to do this also within telling the story of your brand, which is another workshop, a personal branding workshop that I delivered. You get recordings of that as well. I teach you also. Like it's enormous. It's wonderful. This is tremendous work I get to do. I also teach you how to launch in 2.5 weeks. So if you are looking to launch a business quickly, because that is how you feel like the Lord is calling you into, um perhaps you have a really big financial goal and you need to make some money quickly. I give you a framework for how to create that experience in as short as 2.5 weeks. And then finally, you also get incredible mentorship through the videos that I have created over the years inside of my summits. And I want to just draw your attention to all of it inside of this fun little graphic that I have. So, Wealth Without Guilt has everything you need to build a thriving business. When you're not sure where to start to build a successful business, you get everything inside the business buffet. When you wish you could learn from experts with a Catholic lens who have done this before, you get access to my online summits. When you struggle with time and how to balance it all, you get Conquer Your Calendar. When you feel like you don't have the tech skills to make an online business happen, you get Conquer Your Tech. When you're not sure who you need to sell to or how to sell to them, you get my personal branding bootcamp. When you are overwhelmed with how to launch your special offer, I have a launch in 2.5 weeks. When you feel overwhelmed with what to say in your emails and in your marketing, you've got Conquer Your Copy. When you have never felt financially savvy enough to build a successful business, you are going to get financial acumen as a result of joining. When you feel like marketing and business is constantly changing and it's hard to keep up, you get access to the Funnel Hub, or excuse me, the Business Bank, which has podcasts, Instagram posts, like quotes that inspire me, so that we're just adding to that collection of resources for you over time. And then, of course, my favorite thing, the live coaching. You watched me coach live other women today. You watched me get coached via my coach in a recorded interview as well. It is your one-stop shop. I've designed Wealth Without Guilt to be your one-stop shop to learn and execute on all of these components, delivered in a way that is completely in line with your Catholic anthropology. Thank you so much. One of my group members is saying she loves Wealth Without Guilt. It's such an incredible community of women and mind-blowing amount of resources. It really, really is. What makes Wealth Without Guilt different? If you are just joining me now, if you have just stumbled upon me and honestly you only listen to 1 minute of content, yes, I'm going to give you strategies to run a business. But at the heart of it, I'm going to show you and guide you and walk with you and link arms with you. And you've already watched me talk about it tearfully, how difficult it is for me. I am your wounded coach who is just as frail as you are and sometimes just 5 minutes ahead. But that 5 minutes, I promise you, is going to help you persevere. And the key message of this summit, honestly, the thesis statement, the thing that I am forever so grateful for Father Nathan for articulating so clearly, this is the clanging gong of my life, that you can trust God with your business, even when it seems impossible, that holiness is real success in business. That is what makes Wealth Without Guilt different. That is what you will get. Honestly, there's nothing else to say. There's nothing else to say. That is what makes Wealth Without Guilt different. And, before I reveal the price, there are some beautiful women. I'm going to share a couple of other stories with you here of how their lives were changed. You can go see inside of um, your portal stories and stories and stories and stories and stories from these beautiful women who are currently making money in their businesses, who have said yes to the Lord, who have taken those steps even though they've been afraid. And so just one of the beautiful women, I'm going to share her story in just a minute. Jessica, when I asked her this question about what has being a part of Wealth Without Guilt been like for you, and she shared it's the person I've become. And that personhood of who she has become has spilled into other areas of her life. And for me, that is just the best gift of this experience of Wealth Without Guilt, of doing this work. May we all link arms together and follow the will of God in our lives. So, what you get in Wealth Without Guilt, you get these incredible resources. I should really count them. They're like, hold on, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You get 10 resources that easily, if I were to sell them all and break them all apart, I would sell them for around $6,000. And you get them all for just one payment of $19.97. Now, I know economics times, these times are challenging. I understand that there are all kinds of things going on. My electricity bill was through the roof this past 2 months. I totally get it. And so a couple things that I want to just share that I hope make it a little easier for someone who wants to invest in Wealth Without Guilt. There is a payment plan. So I want to invite you, if you would prefer to take advantage of the payment plan, that payment plan is there. But I also want to do something for the first 5 people who join me today. And it's not necessarily today, but it's just the first 5 people. So if you're listening to this and you are one of those first 5 people, you will be emailed. I will share with you that you qualify for this bonus, because I really do want to make it easy for people who want to move forward in Wealth Without Guilt, and they might be thinking that cost is going to be prohibitive. One of the things that people come to me in Wealth Without Guilt time and time again that they say they struggle with is the tech. It's intimidating, and I'll just be honest with you, it is. Like there are challenges with tech. And I just honestly, it took me a very long time to, accept that is, with me and my plans that I never want to give up. It took me a really long time to accept that plans actually are quite, tech can be a little bit challenging. So here's what I want to do for the first 5 people who join me in Wealth Without Guilt. The last time I did this, these spots went in approximately 15 minutes. And so if you're curious, if you would like to take advantage of this, I've put the link in the chat. And can I ask a favor? Could somebody please click on those links and make sure they actually work and that I actually put them live on the internet? Sometimes when I'm in the midst of emotion, I'm like, I don't know if I've done. Just let me know in the chat. Say, yes, it worked. Oh my goodness. So for the first 5 people who want to say yes to business, who want to say yes and are willing to move forward in their business, the first 5 people to join me in Wealth Without Guilt, what I'm going to offer you is we'll build your first funnel. What's a funnel? We will build the thing that will make it possible for people to whip out their credit card and pay you money. So we will build the thing where you're able to have information on a page that connects to a payment processor that outlines all the things, that has an automated email that comes at the end of that experience. We will build your first funnel for you, and we'll build it for you in lickety split time, meaning we just want you to get going. I really do not want tech to be the impediment for everyone. And so it is my pleasure to offer this to you, to build your first funnel for you free of charge when you are one of the first 5 people to join me inside of Wealth Without Guilt. Now, I wish I could do this for everybody, but it's just not possible. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do this for everybody, but it does take me and my team time to obviously write your copy, make it look beautifully graphically, and all the things. So we really can only do this for the first 5 people. And so if you have heard about Wealth Without Guilt, maybe you stumbled upon me because of a recommendation in a Facebook group. Maybe you heard about me from a friend. Maybe you heard about me from one of the beautiful women inside of my community, and you've been curious. And if you have that feeling, similar to me, where you're afraid of failing and you don't want to surrender the plans, or similar to Kathleen, where you're ashamed or you feel bad about having dreams and somehow, it's somehow going to make you less than or something, and there's some lie you're believing about yourself. Or if you just don't have the skills, like meaning you're not sure how to run a business in the ever-changing world that is business today, join me inside of Wealth Without Guilt. Join this incredible group of women who support each other and love each other. And I want to invite you to listen to a few stories of my Wealth Without Guilt community women as you discern this opportunity.
The experience that I've had in Wealth Without Guilt has been when you're surrounded by people who are all trying to do God's will the best they can, stepping out to do the hard thing. Similarly to how in the military, you're surrounded by a platoon of people that are all doing the same thing you're doing. Like in Wealth Without Guilt, you're strength in numbers. Like you have people like at your left and right side that are all striving together. One of the most beautiful benefits of Wealth Without Guilt is the person that you become doing the work that you're supposed to do. Like at the end of the day, like I would absolutely love if my business is like wildly successful and I'm making a like decent income and money is not a worry for me. But what's even more important than that is the kind of person I'm becoming as I'm growing that business. I definitely learned in Wealth Without Guilt that it can be extremely helpful for your business to outsource the things that you are not good at or you don't want to do. For example, one of the ladies in our group is a virtual assistant, and she really helped me automate a bunch of things in my business that I probably should have done a little while ago. That is now helping me reach more people on my virtual platform. What say to someone who wants to start a business but doesn't know the steps? Like, where is a great place for someone to begin? Wealth Without Guilt. Any one of your courses. It doesn't have to be this big, scary thing. You could just take the next step.
Contribute this to my experience in Wealth Without Guilt with you, Lisa. Just this shift in mindset. I knew going into Wealth Without Guilt that mindset was the thing, a part of the buffet. I needed a new plate. And I definitely feel the changes from that, and my bank account does too, because last week, and you don't know this yet, I haven't even told you this, last week I think I made $2,000 in sessions and like things that I've booked for the next like couple of months, and that's huge. That's just exciting. If this is the path that the Lord has called you to, He will provide the money and you will see a return on investment. We can't guarantee a number for sure. That's different for everyone. But I know that the return on investment for me is not just money. It's my daily life is easier. Business is more fun. And because that's my life is my business kind of thing, it's that return on investment is priceless, honestly. I've only been in it since May, and it's already this huge transformation. I'm very, very glad, and I really encourage everyone to, if you're thinking about it, that this is definitely a great resource for you to A, get your money's worth, and B, to see that returned potentially as soon as it's been 3 months for me. So
I don't know. I don't know on how to respond. Yesterday in the cocktail hour that I hosted in my Facebook group, and I will again be popping over there. Come and ask me questions about Wealth Without Guilt. There are a lot of beautiful women who are in that Facebook group as well, who are currently students in Wealth Without Guilt. Feel free to join me in just a few minutes. I'm going to be popping over there in the Possibility Mom Success Circle in Facebook, and we can have just a nice casual chit chat about it. Somebody asked me last night, Amanda Texera, a beautiful friend of mine and fellow business owner, and she asked me what has been one of the blessings of running this summit. And I shared with her that one of the incredible blessings has been seeing the stories of my Wealth Without Guilt group coaching members. So Kathleen Leblanc, who made $4,000 on her very first launch on a Catholic product that she did not think she could charge for because it was Catholic. That beautiful couple, Kathleen, they made $4,000 on their very first launch, and they now have repeating income every single month, repeating income because of a membership community that they created. I think of Beth McGrain Tran, who is a coach and helps people discern if business is for them or not. So if you're not sure, I want to encourage you, go book a call with Beth. And then if business is for you, come on over here to Wealth Without Guilt. I think of people like Megan Gephardt, who is advocating for women in the Army and creating courses and community to help women heal from unrealistic expectations and perfectionism. I think of Dr. Karen Silva, who has written a book on how to heal from trauma. And I think of the people that she's going to impact. And so to answer Amanda's question, I simply just shared that one of the things that has really, really blessed me on this summit particularly has been to watch these women. Jessica Castillo, she is used to be in the Army and now is helping women in their health, in their self-care, holistic health practices, and who shared right at the top of that video that the gift of Wealth Without Guilt is the person she's becoming. That's probably been the biggest blessing. Wealth Without Guilt was just an idea. A year ago today, right at this time, I launched Wealth Without Guilt almost a year ago, September 25th, I think, 2021. I launched Wealth Without Guilt without a very strong concept of exactly what it was going to be. But what I knew I wanted was authentic Catholic coaching that kept the whole person in mind, combined with the tactical elements that I've picked up over the years of creating a business, like email marketing and, webinars and how to figure out your brand voice and all that kind of stuff. And now what the Lord has really shown me through my experience, and again, I'm a wounded guide. I'm along for the journey with you. I am linking arms with you because there are days where I find it incredibly difficult to trust the Lord. The thing that the Lord continues to reveal to me is that this is the point. The point is holiness. And for those of us who are called, not everybody's called. Not everybody's supposed to do this business thing. But for those who have been called and are willing to respond and are willing to give the Lord your plans and to trust him with those plans, trust his plan, we need each other for support. That's been like the best gift. My group members support me immensely. And there aren't that many pockets of the internet where you can talk about business and also literally say the same words like Hail Mary, full of grace, punch the devil in the face in the exact same conversation, in the exact same context. So I want to invite you to discern joining me in Wealth Without Guilt. Go and talk about it with your husband. But I want to also share with you that if you are interested and it would just make it a little bit easier for you to join me, for my team to create your first funnel, so you are saving that expense. Honestly, I have paid enormous amounts of money for tech, for people to build my tech for me. I have enormous amounts of money. And so if it would make it easier for you to join us in Wealth Without Guilt, I want to invite you to be one of the first 5 so that we can build a funnel for you. It has been a joy and an honor to do this for you once again. This is so much fun. If you are just stumbling upon this right now, you still have a whole day and a half. You've got a whole next little while until Sunday evening to access all of these for free. All of the interviews, all of the things available in the Possibility Mom Business Summit, you can access them for free up until Sunday night at 11:59 Pacific time. Like, so just midnight, wherever in Pacific time, like Monday. Oh my gosh, I can't speak anymore. Sunday night, free stuff goes away. But if you want access to it for longer, I want to invite you to grab the VIP pass where you'll get just a taste. So maybe Wealth Without Guilt isn't in your budget right now. I want to invite you to perhaps get curious about how it could be in your budget if you really want it. But maybe it's not. You really want to just dip your toe. Grab the VIP pass because you get 30 days of coaching with me. And this could change your life because you could start something. So grab the VIP pass so you can get those 30 days. And finally, an 8-pack of coaching is up for grabs with me. Just share this out. Tag me on Instagram at Lisa Canning. You've got to tag me so I can see it. We're going old school and just entering them all into a hat, and we're going to draw for a winner for an 8-pack of coaching with me worth $19.97. It has been an honor to do this. And I want to just pull up a couple of these comments. I learned to be more intentional about what I know God wants me to do. It has been a life-changing experience for me to attend this online event by Lisa. My fear still exists, but I am striving to push through it and let God guide me to the right people who are able to help me become who He wants me to be. I'm thankful to God for Lisa, who's willing to do this for all the moms who need help with their own dream business can be realized. This is the point. I can't tell you how many times I say this to my husband. What is the point? I'll just be like, this is too hard. I just want to go work at Starbucks. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is the point? And that's the point. Point is becoming who you are meant to be. And becoming who you are meant to be requires this surrender. And that surrender is knowing and loving Jesus so intimately. You can run, but you cannot hide. I'm a recovering runner. I mean, I still say this like I'm a recovering perfectionist. That is still also true. But I think I'm going to start using this. I'm a recovering runner from the Lord. Let's recover together. Hey, you want to recover together? We can run, but we cannot hide. The real point of all of this is to know and love and serve Jesus in this life and the next. All right, my friends, I'm hopping over to the Possibility Mom Success Circle for a little post-event chit chat. I'll be there for a few minutes. If you've got questions about Wealth Without Guilt, come and join me there. If you've got questions about anything at all, send me a DM on Instagram at Lisa Canning. This has been a pleasure. Bye, everyone.